tick, 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 tick.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome and on a warm good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for coming for this important and meaningful session, which is actually on the promotion of MSMEs in defense supply chain. First of all, we would like to call the dignitaries on the dais for this inaugural session. I would request Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, Chairman cum Managing Director, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, to kindly come on the dais. May we have an applaud, please. I would now request Shri Neeraj Gupta, Managing Director, MKU Limited, to please come on the dais. Shri Praveen Kumar Ji, DDG DOM W, Department of Defence Production, Government of India. We will also have our JS Shri Anurag Bajpayee Ji, Joint Secretary DIP, joining virtually because he was unable to join due to his some busy schedule. So he'll be joining virtually now in some time. Before that, we can start the proceeding. Praveen Ji, can we? Sure. So just to give a background of this important interactive session, the Department of Defense Production has been very actively promoting the MSMEs in the defense and the security sector because of the importance which they understand that integrating the MSMEs in the defense supply chain would certainly add a lot of value and would be able to establish India as a manufacturing hub for the world. So taking this opportunity, DDP has been organizing these seminars focused on the promotion of MSMEs across the country. And we thank Department of Defense Production to give us the opportunity to organize this important and meaningful interactive session, conclave, at Kanpur and at other places as well. And we all know that the backbone of indigenous manufacturing has been the MSMEs, and they have been working to provide very vital support to the large companies, and many others have been able to integrate themselves in the global supply chain. Taking this opportunity, we would like to begin the proceedings of the conference. Before that, just a brief background about PhD Chamber. PhD Chamber, as an apex body, a national chamber, has been working in this across the sector years. And has a wider database and reach to corporates about more than 150,000 corporate houses across the world. And we have been focusing especially on the MSMEs to promote and the mid-sized companies. So the much awaited measures which have been announced by the government in the last 2 years for the growth of Indian defense industries has been a welcome step, and PhD Chamber fully supports those initiatives. So taking this opportunity now, I would like to invite Shri Rajesh Chaudhary Ji to start the proceedings of this important conference with his special address on the opportunities in defense in UP. Shri Rajesh.
Good afternoon. Dignitaries present on the dais, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Mr. Jamal, the representatives of various industries and the other DPSUs, other officials from PHDCCI and DDP. A warm welcome to all of you from AWEIL. in the very first function in headquarters. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to PHDCCI and also to DDP for giving this opportunity to host this event in our premises. On this occasion, I would like to emphasize that the Indian defense production scenario is changing very rapidly, and the government has rolled out many innovative policies and changes in the existing structure with the objective achieving self-reliance in defense production and minimizing our dependence on imports. And these aspects are being reviewed at the highest level so as to ensure their implementation. Many enablements have been introduced to the defense production and export promotion policy. The level playing field for all type of organizations in the field of defense production. The industry-led R&D, simplification of trials and testing procedures, promotions and enablement for export, special budget provisions, and positive indigenation lists are some of the changes which will prove to give a special impact and ensure the participation, maximum participation of all the players in the field. In alignment with the objective, it was decided that two defense industrial corridors will be established in the country in 2018 and 19, one in Uttar Pradesh and the other one in Tamil Nadu. And we are privileged to have our units in both these DICs. The UP DIC took off with a very encouraging start with announcement for investments of about 3,700 crores in August 2018. With UPDIA as the nodal agency for progressing this cause. Apart from AWIL, there are many other players in this UPDIC who have made large investments. Some of them are here, that is Troop Comfort Limited, one of the DPSUs, and Glider India Limited, Hindustan Electronics, the Bharat Electronics, Bharat Dynamics, BrahMos, and Adani Defense are some of the major players who have indicated their interest for investment and defense production in this defense industrial corridor. Before I go further, I would like to briefly introduce you to the AWIL. Maybe many of you are already knowing that. All India Limited is one of the DPSUs which has been carved out of erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board with the objective of improving the autonomy, accountability and efficiency and ensuring higher flexibility for collaboration, co-creation and exploring new opportunities in defense production market in domestic as well as global areas. AWL has 8 production units and 1 training institute spread across 5 locations in the country. We have a very large range of weapons and equipments and small arms of different categories. All the infrastructure for production, quality assurance, including proof ranges, and a very long experience of weapon production and highly skilled manpower are our core strength areas. Our output has been in the range of 1,500 crores every year in the last 3 years. We are targeting to achieve 2,200 crores in this financial year. we aspire to grow at 20% every year in the next 5 years, so as to double our output in 5 years of our coming into existence. We have a reasonable order book of about 8,000 crores as of now with us, and we expect that it will reach 10,000 plus crores by the end of this financial year. Our customers include the Indian Defence Forces, other DPSUs, the shipyards, the paramilitary forces, state police forces, and also civil customers. While the theme of self-reliance is the core focus area, we are also in alignment with the government's policy to promote exports. And we have made a modest beginning by getting 3 orders totaling around 10 crores up till now. And we are pursuing many leads which are likely to get finalized in next 2 to 3 months. Our product range includes various kinds of weapons and ammunition hardwares of all calibers, ranging from 155 mm 45 caliber Dhanush gun, the 130 mm to 155 mm upgunned Starang gun, 105 mm LFGs, which we have given in thousands to the Indian Army, the 84 mm recoilless launchers, mortars from 51 mm to 120 mm, 30 mm AK-630 naval gun, and 12.7 mm SRCG for Indian Navy. For air defense, we are providing 40 mm L-70 gun in large numbers to the Indian Defence Forces. In addition to this, we are having a wide category of small arms weapons which are being used by defense forces as well as the central paramilitary forces and state police forces also. In addition to these products, we are also supplying all the tank gun articles produced in the country for all the tanks. And we are also providing ammunition hardware right from 30 mm to 155 mm caliber. As far as the role of MSMEs is concerned, we firmly believe that MSMEs are the key players in the industrial production and output of the country, including AWAL. And they are also augmenting their capacities to realize the aim of self-reliance in defense sector. And they are a big contributor in indigenization. And startups are also coming in a large way. We at AWAL have always demonstrated our commitment towards the development of Indian defense manufacturing capabilities by our own efforts and promoting MSMEs in our supply chain in a big way. I am very proud to say that 94% of our products contain indigenous inputs, with only 6% as our import content, and that also we are going to indigenize in next 2 years' time maximum, so as to achieve all 100% with an active support from your side. At present, we are having more than 1,200 MSME suppliers in our supply chain, and 95% of our suppliers are MSME only. Again, why you should engage with AWAL, I'll briefly throw some light on that. AWAL has got many products which are comparable with the best in the world available, right from small arms weapons till the large caliber guns, and also in the ammunition hardware. And all these products are having very high domestic and export demands as well. And we are now focusing on enhancing our capacities. And that is why we seek involvement of partners like you for integration in our supply chain for various categories of inputs, from raw materials, the castings, the components, the sub-assemblies, the major assemblies, and especially on our artillery gun expansion program. For that, we need active participation for power packs, the hydraulic systems, electronics systems, electrical systems, and large fabricated sub-assemblies. AWL is looking to migrate to lean manufacturing setup with higher and higher level of outsourcing, enabling improved financial performance by moving up the value chain. And this will definitely be a win-win situation for us as well as for MSMEs. We are also having a very special focus on R&D and have undertaken many projects in different categories of weapons. These projects are at various stages and we seek again the participation of the industries to take these projects to the successful completion and conversion into great business potential. On this occasion, I would also like to emphasize one major difference in our stance because many of you are already included in our supply chain. But there is a major change in our philosophy of engaging with you is that we are not only engaging with you as a typical purchaser-supplier relationship. We also willing to engage with the industry players for long-term orders for our R&D projects through joint ventures or through make one, make two programs and also through IDACs. I believe that the present scenario is the most appropriate ecosystem for all of us to pool our capabilities and resources and contribute to the nation's policy Atmanirbharta in defense production, taking the country to achieve the defense production target of $5 billion by 2025 with minimum 20% as the export content. It is also important to note that the defense platforms are normally very complex in nature, involving various technologies, right from metallurgy, fabrication, machining, assembly, electrical, electronic subsystems, hydraulics, testing, proof, and R&D. And these products are normally subjected to very extreme conditions and very high pressures and forces. And their maturity also takes large amount of time and investments. It is also my view that no single company can have all these kind of expertise and can invest in all these areas. So the best option for all of us is to collaborate our strengths and meet the nation's target achieving the self-reliance in defense production as well as contribute to the improvement in economy by maximizing the exports. On this occasion, AWAL is looking forward to capitalize on this positive environment in the country and collaborate with all its stakeholders, including public and private companies, startups, academic institutions, R&D organizations for our mutual benefit. At the end, I would once again invite all of you active collaboration and look forward to engage actively to move together in the direction of Make in India and world. And let's make this program just a stepping stone to formulate our strategies and engage on the long-term basis among us for this the end purpose. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very elaborate speech. And you rightly said that there's a role for every stakeholder, and we have all the stakeholders present here. Right away from the Indian companies, DPSUs, the global OEMs are here, even the IITs are here, industrial corridor is here. So we can see all the stakeholders here. We have a particular role in this, establishing India as a defense manufacturing hub. I would like to invite to deliver an industry perspective of what the industry, the bigger industries, for the Indian defense MSMEs and non-defense MSMEs also. Shri Neeraj Gupta ji is here, the Managing Director of MKU Limited, to throw a light on this industry perspective.
Thank you, Nasir sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Makar Sankranti. On this auspicious day, the sun changes its course to give us more warmth. All of us gathered here look toward a brighter future, winning by cooperation and collaboration. We are honored to have with us Shri Anurag Bajpayee ji, JSGIP, who is spearheading the cooperation between DPSUs and the industry. Welcome, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, Chairman, Managing Director, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, Shri Veen Kumar ji, DDG, DOMW, Department of Defence Production, Ministry of Defence, Government of India, and other distinguished panelists, delegates, and friends from the industry. Ukraine-Russia crisis and global supply chain disruptions have compelled nations to strategically think about supply chain management and self-reliance. Kudos to our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, his vision and foresight to launch the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign in 2020, 2 years prior to Ukraine-Russia conflict. When we speak about Atmanirbhar Bharat, prominently we are acknowledging the importance of our MSMEs, who form the backbone of the manufacturing ecosystem in the country. It is only because of these 12,000 MSMEs in the defense sector that Indian defense manufacturers, DPSUs and private, are able to deliver world-class weapon systems and platforms to the end users. The strength of MSMEs is its nimbleness, flexibility, and innovative approach on which the foundation of defense sector in India rests. Friends, I would like to speak about how not only large companies but MSMEs too can become strategic suppliers to MOD. We have with us Shri Anurag Bajpayee ji, who himself is spearheading the drive for indigenization of various spares and components for in situ platforms and systems. This opens up huge opportunity for all the MSME members gathered here to come forward and collaborate with the DPSUs such as EVIL and TCL present here today. We ourselves have been part of various meetings on the subject and have been extremely impressed by the zeal with which this initiative is being driven. There is a very strong intent at MOD about indigenization, and meetings between DPSUs and industry are being closely monitored so that the stated objective is achieved without delay. The highlights of this indigenization are indigenization of over 1 lakh items identified by the tri-services and DPSUs, sustainable business opportunity through long-term contracts, clear directive by the MOD to the services and DPSUs for hand-holding the industry and establishing of connection with OEM. The Ministry of Defence acknowledges the fact that India needs to increase self-reliance in its own interest. On the other hand, the international defence industry today is global in nature, with a complex network of global supply chains. Therefore, it is imperative for Indian companies, especially MSMEs, to integrate themselves into the supply chain of national and international defence majors. It is an opportune moment in view of the increasing interest on sourcing from India by the foreign OEMs. India has enhanced its defense relationship with multiple friendly foreign countries, which have been marked by an increase in bilateral military exchanges and exercises. We would like to thank the MOD for allowing the private industry to participate in the bilateral military exercises and showcase their latest products and technologies. Defense exports has been a key pillar of the long-term sustainability of the domestic defense industrial base. Considering that domestic demand alone may not provide economies of scale to make investments and sustain them. With the $5 billion export target set for 2025, DRDO declaring export as the theme 2021, the intent of the government is clear and strong to focus on exports and simultaneously reduce dependence on imports. Another aspect is the focus and support to boost defense exports in India. With favorable export policies and procedures, it has become easier for Indian MSMEs to access the global market. The Indian defense industry is really excited with the announcement of the 3 positive indigenization list. This has opened a great opportunity for the Indian defense industry, especially the MSMEs. There are other favorable policy initiatives like reservation of orders under 100 crore for the MSME sector, which augur well for the MSMEs. According to the report in the parliament by the RRM, defense procurement from MSMEs increased to 5,463 crores in 2021, 4,600 crore in 1920. That is growth of over 30%. And this trend has continued. With India estimated to procure USD 200 billion worth of defense goods over the next 15 years, a major chunk of which would be from the domestic industry. The opportunities for MSMEs in the sectors are huge and immense. Kanpur is already blessed with an industrial manufacturing culture and ecosystem. There are a number of large and small enterprises manufacturing variety of products. The presence of number of DPSUs provides an existing base for the MSMEs to work with. Besides, the establishment of the defense corridor in UP will further enhance the opportunities. There is the opportunity to integrate the MSMEs into the defense manufacturing ecosystem. The presence of number of centers of excellence like IIT Kanpur and BHU add to the opportunities available. I am confident that this initiative of the MOD and PhD chamber will provide a great opportunity for all participants to understand the emerging requirements and gather perspective from leaders of the government and industry. At MKU, we started our journey over 3 decades ago and have been manufacturing and supplying equipments to Indian defense and paramilitary forces. We have been exporting continuously since 2003 and have over the years been able to establish brand MKU as Made in India brand, which is now globally accepted alongside the leading international names in defense. We are very optimistic of the future of the defense sector in India and are aggressively investing in the UP defense corridor for both backward integration and expansion of our existing facilities. We are setting up 2 new units in Kanpur node for the manufacturing of strategic materials. As an industry member based out of Kanpur, I would urge the MOD to continue the initiative and handhold the MSMEs of the region in becoming an important part of the initiative of the Government of India to broaden the defense manufacturing base in order to become Atmanirbhar in defense. I look forward to the dignitaries and other esteemed panelists sharing their thoughts on the subject. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Neeraj ji. Thank you for your elaborate address and presenting a larger picture on this, even the smallest of the opportunities for the Indian MSMEs and startups in the defense sector. Thank you so much. Now we'll like to welcome our chief guest and the keynote address for the day, Shri Anurag Bajpayee ji, and everyone is keen to listen to him, to his leadership thoughts on this subject. Over to our keynote speaker for the day, Shri Anurag Bajpayee ji.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible there.
Yes, sir, very much.
Okay, okay, thank you. CMD AWEIL, Shri Neeraj Gupta, Managing Director, MKU Limited, Dr. Nasir Jamal, Secretary, PHDCCI, my colleague Praveen Kumar, DDG DOMW. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this workshop has a greater significance in the today's context. When we are on the recovery mode and we are trying to achieve the growth path post COVID. We all are aware that what COVID-19 has done and how the manufacturing sector disrupted supply chains. And the defense industry was also affected due to the strict confinement measures. In particular, defense manufacturing has been hit harder than other sectors as the government was the only buyer of the defense products. But I would like to compliment and thank the resilience of Indian defense industry. Let's recall that during peak pandemic time, industry showed greater agility in meeting the requirements of for PPE kits and other life-saving equipment, showing their dedication to the country. This is the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, post-COVID, if we see, Indian economy has demonstrated a strong V-shaped post-COVID recovery. Government has taken many structural reforms to boost the long-term outlook of the economy. The government's vision to catalyze India's transformation is evident in the launch of several initiatives, including the Gati Shakti, that is the National Master Plan, and Atmanirbhar Bharat Mission. जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब आत्मनिर्भरता को जो उन्होंने मिशन हम लोगों को सौंपा, तो उस समय अगर हम देखते हैं तो कंट्री में इस डायरेक्शन में बहुत से सेक्टर्स जो थे इकोनॉमी के, उनको सेल्फ रिलायंट बनने के लिए कहा गया, उनको ग्लोबल सप्लायर बनने के लिए मैंडेट दिया गया, और जो कि उस समय की जरूरत थी. To facilitate that, Government of India has brought in the last 2 years, if we see, many production-linked incentive schemes in various sectors. And that is for the growth of MSMEs or the industries in the country. The Government of India has also undertaken several initiatives and policy reforms to promote indigenous design, development and manufacture of defense and aerospace equipment in the country under Make in India by harnessing the capabilities of public and private sector, especially MSMEs. अगर हम आज देखते हैं तो आज की तारीख में India's defense production is somewhere around 94,000 crore. और जो मैंडेट जो दिया गया है, by 2025 we have to reach 1,75,000 crore defense production. When we see the growth of MSMEs during this period in the last 2-3 years, and the efforts being made by them for development of capabilities, at least I have all hope that yes, we will achieve that target or even surpass it. And your large presence in this webinar, that is the reflection of that commitment. I really congratulate to all of you. Moreover, if you see the commitment of Ministry of Defense or the Government of India, 68% of the defense capital procurement budget has been earmarked for the domestic procurement only, which has never happened in the past. जब 68% earmarking हो गई तो इसका मतलब सीधा सीधा ये है कि the procurement will be from Indian industry और उससे सारी सप्लाई चेन को फायदा होगा. जितनी भी एमएसएमईज इस प्रोडक्शन में इन्वॉल्व है उनको बेनिफिट जरूर होगा क्योंकि वो ही मैन्युफैक्चर करने में हेल्प कर रहे हैं किसी भी इक्विपमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म को. इन एडिशन टू इट, क्योंकि हमारे जो डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स है दे आर नीश टेक्नोलॉजीज, 25% of the R&D budget of the country has been earmarked for the industry-led R&D. Now, industry can also avail this facility and they can become partner in the R&D projects. They can develop niche technology. So that facility has also been given last year. We all are aware that promoting defense exports is one of the primary focus area of Ministry of Defense. India was once upon a time, India was net importer of the defense equipments, and now we have come in the category of exporters. Top 25 countries in the world, we have become exporter of the defense equipment. And at present, we are exporting to around 80 countries in the world. और ये contribution की एक पर्टिकुलर डीपीएसयू का नहीं है, पब्लिक सेक्टर का नहीं है, ये हमारी प्राइवेट सेक्टर एमएसएमईज का कंट्रीब्यूशन है. क्योंकि मैं एक्सपोर्ट खुद देखता हूँ तो मुझे पता है कि कितनी एमएसएमईज जो है वो ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन में समय शामिल है और एक्सपोर्ट कर रही है. तो आई गिव फुल क्रेडिट टू ऑल ऑफ यू. अगर मैं यहाँ पे एमएसएमईज की बात करना चाहूँ तो जो कैपेबिलिटी है और वायबिलिटी है डिफेंस एंड एरोस्पेस इंडस्ट्री की, वो हमारे एमएसएमईज पे ही डिपेंड है. इस समय एट प्रेजेंट अबाउट more than 13,000 MSMEs are working in defense sector, and this growth of MSMEs has happened only in last 2 to 3 years. They are supplying components, sub-assemblies and systems to the defense public sector undertakings, defense research and this DRDO or even private industries. To facilitate the growth or the support to MSMEs or to link them in the global supply chain, an initiative has also been taken in the offset policy, and a higher multiplier has been given, that is 1.5 in defense offset and the defense acquisition procedures 2020, so that it becomes easy for the global these foreign OEMs to get integrated with the Indian MSMEs for the supply of parts and components. We all know that the 2 defense corridors have been established, one in UP and another in Tamil Nadu. And in UP, as we are sitting in Kanpur, right now in Kanpur, and if my estimates are correct, about 200 or 300 odd MSMEs are on my screen. So there is an opportunity for everybody to get benefit of the facilities being provided by the government of Uttar Pradesh in these defense corridor. And there are many foreign OEMs at present looking for joint ventures. They want to have manufacturing facilities within India in compliance with the Make in India policy of Government of India. So there is an opportunity for all MSMEs. Now it is for us We have to become little proactive industry, and we need to explore those opportunities with the foreign OEMs where you can be integrated. You have to assess your capabilities and and in what manner you can get integrated in their supply chain, that you have to look at. Yes, wherever the policy level requirements are there, wherever. Am I audible? Am I audible? Uh, Wherever there are policy level requirements are there, or improvements are required in the policy, certainly Government of India is there for the industries only. And that is why we do consultations with industries from time to time. And this from time to time means on 15 days or 1 month interval. So it is not that we meet in a period of 6 months or 1 year. So we meet regularly and we try to bring improvements in the policy. I hope that the many MSMEs who are here at present in this webinar, they have certain programs or certain projects in mind, and they must be working upon with the government of Uttar Pradesh. And if there are any issues being faced by them, they may always contact to us to facilitate the entire process with government of Uttar Pradesh. You all must be aware that there is a citizen portal where more than 25,000 items or subsystems or LRUs have been listed, which are needed in the manufacturing of defense platforms or equipments. और इंडस्ट्री को उसमें अपना इंटरेस्ट शो करना है, then entire curation will be done with the help of concerned public sector, DPSU, or the services whosoever it concerned. So industry, they have to look at all those opportunities available on the Srijan portal and avail. We have also seen an unprecedented growth in defense startups. Government of India has brought that IDEX program, that is, uh, innovation for defense excellence, and many startups have now participated. More than 6,000 startups are linked with IDEX at present in the country. So far, 175 contracts have already been signed uh, through IDEX provision. So there is an opportunity for startups also who have that capability, who have those qualifications, who have such kind of enthusiasm to develop something new in the defense sector. Then yes, IDEX is always there to curate their zeal, curate their knowledge, and that may turn into a valuable product for the defense sector. In order to bring MSMEs in the global supply chain, we organize webinars, we organize expos. Now, Aero India is coming up in February, mid-February. I hope many of you must be participating in that Aero India. We also organize webinars with friendly foreign countries so that our industry, and it is done with the help of industry associations. I hope you all are part of SIDM or FICCI, that Society of Defense Manufacturer, or FICCI, because we means it is just for the convenience. We means engage with them so that they can bring all the industries at one platform and they become part of our deliberations. Am I audible? Am I audible? So I think I was out of here. I was off here. So I would try to conclude now that we are trying to connect our MSMEs or industries or startups to the global supply chain. And another important point that MSMEs have also been given specific reservations in our defense acquisition procedure. So that is also an opportunity when we, start, manufacturing or start become a part of a supply chain of the DPSUs or an industry. So there also we have such kind of benefit or such kind of, facilities available for the growth of MSMEs. MOD is committed to create a conducive regime for the growth of MSMEs in the country. And we also look forward to MSMEs if they are really in need of some kind of, they observe that certain bottlenecks they are facing in the entire process, or if they feel that yes, such kind of, policy reforms are required, we welcome those. And we try to work upon all those, policy reforms at the earliest possible time. So government is committed to all those things. So I believe that you all will actually look at our Vision portal, see the requirement of the DPSUs or the industry or the services, and try to avail that opportunity that is in public domain and become integral part of the defense manufacturing ecosystem. While doing so simultaneously, you can also achieve the benefit available in the policies, various policies, or even in the defense corridors. All those things are available. With these words, I'll take, I wish this webinar a big success. Thank you. Jai Hind. ये ऑफ एयर आ रहा है ना हमारा, तो हाँ? नहीं यहाँ से नहीं, यहाँ से नहीं, यहाँ से तो चल रहा है। नहीं नहीं, यहाँ हाँ उधर ही से कुछ ऑफ हुआ है। मेरी तरफ से चल रहा है, ठीक चल रहा है। हाँ हाँ, नहीं बस मैं खत्म कर रहा हूँ इसको, तुरंत अगर आता है तो मैं खत्म कर देता हूँ। हाँ। ये so I hope there was some technical issues, so that I was off air, but I would like to conclude with the words that we are committed from Government of India. We are committed to look at the suggestions which are brought in by the MSMEs before us for the policy reforms or for the improvement in the entire process system or procedures. We've always welcomed those, and we always try to take necessary actions at the earliest possible time. We are working with SIDM and FICCI. They are always with us, and they are they are representing all of you. So with these words, I wish this webinar a great success. I hope that our MSMEs will get benefited and avail the opportunities available in the country, and they become partner in the Atmanirbhar mission of Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for guiding us and leading us as always. And right, sir, I think that IT infrastructure is not so, well strengthened as the defense manufacturing is being done right now. So the kind of aggressive approach we have. So we need to match with the IT infrastructure. There was technical glitch. Sorry for that, sir. Thank you so much once again, sir. And we would now like to invite Shri Praveen Kumar ji for a detailed presentation on the MOD initiatives and the role of the MSMEs in strengthening the Indian defense ecosystem, which is actually the theme of the today's conclave. Praveen Kumar ji.
Thank you, Mr. Nasir. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected JSDIP, sir, distinguished personalities on the dais, and eminent personalities in the audience, my friends, colleagues. JSDIP, sir, in his keynote address, has already thrown light on the key policy initiatives of the MOD for promoting the MSMEs in the defense sector. I would just be, elucidating, clarifying, amplifying, supplementing some of those policy initiatives. Now, the key issue here is why at all do we have a defense MSME conclave? It is because we are very keen to sensitize the intended beneficiaries about the philosophy, the policy, the procedures of MOD for promoting MSMEs in the defense sector. As far as the philosophy is concerned, it is reflected in the clarion call given by the Honorable Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Make in India, Nirbhar Bharat, self-reliance. As far as the policy is concerned, it is the defense acquisition procedure, which was earlier called defense procurement procedure, which includes the defense offset policy. As far as procedure is concerned, it is ease of doing business. Now, why at all this Atmanirbhar Bharat? It is because of the strategic imperatives with which we are confronted while formulating our acquisition policies. We have to ensure that we are not dependent on others for meeting the operational requirements, the defense preparedness of the armed forces. And since philosophy dictates policy, the defense acquisition procedure has been promulgated with Make in India as the cornerstone of that procedure. A vital part of that is the defense offset guidelines, whose key objective is to leverage capital acquisitions and technology to promote Indian defense industry. The procedure is ease of doing business. Ease of doing business, how? By digitization of procedures. Like in the defense offsets, one DOMW offset portal was operationalized on May 1, 2019, wherein the foreign OEMs under the offset contracts, in order to discharge their offset obligations, submit their entire offset claims online. The scrutiny of the offset claims is also done online. The audit and verification is done online. Approvals are online, and assignment of credit is done online. So it's end-to-end online. Then you have the DEF Exim portal, where applications for licenses wherever required are online. All processing is done online and approvals are conveyed online. For indization, you have the Shijan portal, where items to be indized are listed on the Shijan portal to elicit quick responses and take quick action. So, through digitization of the processes, ease of doing business has been achieved. Now, some of the key policy initiatives which JSDIP sir has spelled out in his keynote address. Let's go on that one by one. First is, what he said is that we are trying to promote defense exports. For promoting defense exports, till date, we've organized 34 webinars with friendly foreign countries. Now, in these webinars, the Indian defense industry is given an opportunity to showcase their capabilities through presentations to the foreign country. Mr. Neeraj Gupta, MD MKU, who is also the co-chair of SIDM Defense, he's, spearheaded quite a few of those webinars. I have seen him in almost all the webinars which are being organized through SADM. So there we give a platform to our defense industry to explore the export market, find a market from them, harness their capabilities, and showcase their capabilities to the world so that we get good export orders. That's why, as the JSDIP sir mentioned in his address, that we've been exporting to around 80 foreign countries with an export of around 13,000 crores per annum. Now the target is around 40,000 crores up to 2025. Now next is the offsets. In the offsets, the foreign OEMs, some of the reps of the major foreign OEMs are here. They are required to discharge offset obligations under the various offset contracts, which run into thousands of crores. Over the next 10 years, still thousands of crores worth offsets are pending for discharge. And the offsets are discharged through the Indian offset partners, who are the Indian defense companies. Out of 293 Indian offset partners, that is Indian defense companies who've been approved as Indian offset partners under more than 50 offset contracts during the last 10 to 15 years. 112 of the Indian defense companies as IOPs are MSMEs. So you can see the amount of business under offsets which is flowing from the foreign OEMs to the Indian defense industry. For the MSMEs, there is a policy provision of multiplier of 1.5. That means if a foreign OEM is procuring, say, worth 100 million US dollars of eligible products and submitting claims. For that $100 million US dollars, he's getting an offset credit of $150 million US dollars. Then next, when you come to exports, it is not only through the webinars with friendly foreign countries. It is also the DEF Expos or the Aero India, which MOD DDP is organizing. There also the MSMEs are given facilities to open their stalls, display their products, so that they can show their domestic defense capabilities to the international market, to the foreign OEMs. All efforts of MOD are geared towards integrating these MSMEs into the global supply chain of the foreign OEMs. It will not only enhance their domestic capabilities, but it will also result in exponential increase of defense exports. Now next is the area of critical components. As some of you may recall, during 2022, MOD DDP organized 10 conclaves, webinars, seminars on critical components involving the foreign OEMs and the Indian defense industry. On analysis, what we found that about 1,000 components worth 10,000 crores are being imported every year by the Indian defense companies. And this is only based on the data which we receive from the DPSUs. It does not include the data of the private sector. So we sensitize the Indian defense industry and we impressed upon the foreign OEMs also to please have technological collaborations with the Indian defense industry in the area of critical components. Next is the area of critical materials. As has been mentioned by the previous ASDP, the present JSDIPs are also in their various keynote addresses and special addresses. A critical material task force was constituted under the previous ASDP, under chairmanship of previous ASDP. The task force submitted its report perhaps during DEF Expo at Gandhinagar. And we've given, I was also a member of that task force, we've given comprehensive recommendations regarding that. There also we found that thousands of crores worth critical and strategic military materials are being imported. And unless you Indianize the critical components or unless you Indianize the critical materials, I mean, Indianization doesn't have any relevance. It doesn't have, much meaning. It's just like you are wearing a desi shirt with imported buttons. The buttons also have to be desi. It has to be domestic. It can't be imported. Now, the next is on the important area is what the JSDIPs have mentioned is that we are organizing the Aero India show at Bengaluru from 13th to 17th February 2023 at Air Force Station Yelahanka. There, on behalf of MOD DDP, we will request the Indian defense industry, which includes the MSMEs, since they are the backbone of the domestic defense ecosystem, the shining stars of Indian defense ecosystem, to actively participate in that Aero India, where we would be having foreign defense ministers, foreign ambassadors, all major foreign OEMs, lot of tier 1, tier 2 foreign vendors, important players in the defense in the domestic arena. So that will be an ideal platform where you could, forge technical collaboration ties, business ties with amongst yourselves. It could be bilateral engagement, it could be multilateral engagement. MOD DDP is providing that platform to you all. So all should seize that opportunity and participate in that event. Regarding other areas, JSDIP sir has very clearly articulated the policies, key policies of the Government of India, the policy initiatives taken by MOD DDP for promoting the MSMEs. These defense MSME conclaves. Every year we are organizing one national defense MSME conclave, 3 state defense MSME conclaves. In 2022-23, the National Defense MSME Conclave was organized on 12th September at Kota, through SIDM, in which the Honorable Speaker of Lok Sabha was the chief guest. It was a huge success with active participation of the Indian industry and the foreign OEMs. And exhibition was also held where, there was active participation of the startups also. Then 3 state exhibitions. First is this one. The second one is planned next Friday, that is 20th February at Howrah, which is being organized through Bharat Chamber of Commerce. And the third one is planned on 3rd February at MIL, Ammunition Factory Kirki, Pune, which is being organized through FICCI. PHD Chamber is organizing this first one, State MSME Conclave. So like you've actively participated in this MSME Conclave, I'll request all of you to actively participate in person in the other 2 MSME conclaves also. Because there, unless you participate in these conclaves, unless you interact among themselves, unless you make active efforts towards business engagement, you won't be getting orders. So these are some of the areas which I have highlighted in my address. Now the next session, I'll be moderating that session also. So some other issues we'll bring out in that session. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Praveenji, for a detailed presentation. And you rightly said that the report on the critical and strategic component where PhD Chamber was the convener, and we brought out about 14,000 crore was worth of critical and strategic components where materials were imported every year. Now, we have also met the SDPA to take an action on that report, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this session. I think we are concluding this session, this inaugural session, where we have got to know, hear from Anurag Bajpayee ji, Praveen Kumar ji, Rajesh Chaudhary ji, and Neeraj Gupta ji. Thank you so much. And we also would like to put on record, we would like to thank AWEIL, MKU, especially Department of Defense Production, and also our participating organizations, the OEMs, the Defense Industrial Corridor, Colonel Sanjay Singh, and we have people from IIT also, startups are also there. Thank you so much for participation. We are beginning the next session in just 2 minutes. We'll change the dais and we'll begin with the next session. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, just my So before we begin the next session, Praveen Kumar ji, we have mementos for Rajesh ji and yourself and Neeraj ji. Neeraj ji, I would request you to please come on the dais and present a memento to Rajesh Chaudhary ji. Rajesh Chaudhary ji, please just for a moment, please. I would again request Neeraj ji to present a memento to Praveen Kumar ji. It's good. I would request my colleague Pulkit to present a memento to you also, sir. I would now be inviting the speakers for the next.
पुलकित इधर आ जाए, पर क्या बोल रहे हैं? जी, हम पुलकित ये उठा लेना, ये फ्लैग दोनों यहाँ रखो, भी ले लूंगा। नहीं दिन फाइन है, 7 हो गए, 5 हो गए, हाँ सब नहीं, थैंक यू। पुराने बॉटल हटा दो, पहले पुराने बॉटल हटा दो। सॉरी, किसी का प्रेजेंटेशन, अच्छा। We are beginning our next session, which is actually on the opportunities for MSMEs in defense supply chain. We'll be covering some key topics during this session, like positive indigenization list, what the make procedure is all about, what are the opportunities for the MSMEs in there, what are the facilities available for defense exports, and incentives being provided in the defense corridors. So we would like to invite, first of all, Shri Praveen Kumarji, the moderator for the session, to preview. He is already on the dais. Thank you, sir. Shri A.K. Maurya ji, Director Operations Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited. Shri A.K. Maurya ji. Shri Atul Gupta ji, the Director Operations from Troop Comforts Limited. Colonel Sanjay Singh ji, the Chief General Manager Technical UP IDA from UP Defence Industrial Corridor. Group Captain Vivek Borse, the Offset Manager Dassault Aviation. Shri Anup Sehdev ji, Shri Partha Roy Chaudhary ji, Commercial Lead India Lockheed Martin Corporation. Shri Anup Sehdev, Senior Category Manager Offsets BAE Systems. You all are requested to kindly join us on the dais, please. So this will be a wonderful session because we are having the OEMs, we are having the government representation, we are having the DPSUs, and also the Defense Industrial Corridor. I'll now hand over the session to Shri Praveen Kumarji to kindly moderate the session.
Hello, can you hear me? So good afternoon, everyone. So after the inaugural session, now we'll start the panel discussions. So on behalf of MODDP and PhD chambers also, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to the distinguished panelists who are seated on the dais. Mr. A.K. Maurya, Director Ops AWEIL, Mr. Atul Gupta, Director Ops TCL, Mr. Partha P. Roy Chaudhary, Commercial Lead India Lockheed Martin Corporation, Group Captain Vivek Borse, Offset Manager Daso Aviation, Mr. Anup Sadev, Senior General Manager, Offsets BAE Systems, Colonel Sanjay Singh from UPIDA. So I extend a warm welcome to all of you. And now we'll start the panel discussions. And after the panel discussions, I'll request the audience, if you have any questions, we'll have the question and answer session. So I'll request the audience not to interrupt in between. Please wait for the, panelists to speak. And in the end, we'll give some 15, 20 minutes for the, panel discussions. So first, I'll request Director Operations AWEIL, Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Maurya, to throw light on the immunization efforts of, throw light on the the efforts of the DPSUs towards promotion of defense exports so that we can achieve the targets stipulated by the ministry. Please. From there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Rajesh Chaudhary, CMD AWIR, distinguished panelists, my colleagues from industries. Today, as we have gathered here in the conclave, and this is very appropriately titled MSMEs, the Shining Stars of Defense Ecosystem. As far as AWIR is concerned, MSMEs are the backbone of our supply chain. Around 80% of our components, materials, and sub-assemblies are coming from MSMEs. As was mentioned by my CMD, that our indigenization percentage is 94%, which is highest among DPSUs. This achievement is also possible because of very active support from the industry and mainly the MSMEs. The remaining 6%, we have actively progressed, and within the timelines of 2 years, we are going to achieve that also. Friends, if we go a little back, in the list of CIPRI, India has been ranked among top 5 importers of the defense equipments. Things are changing thanks to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and the impetus given by Ministry of Defense. Now we are going to achieve the target of $5 billion in 2025. As was aptly mentioned by our Joint Secretary, Mr. Anurag Bajpayee, MSMEs and the industry are going to have a major contribution in that. If we see the progress of exports taking place, I shall be restricted to defense. This year's target has been 15,000 crores by Ministry of Defense. we are well towards that. Till end of quarter, more than 8,000 crores was achieved. And as you know, the exports normally happen in the last quarter. So we are going, I'm confident that India and Ministry of Defense are going to achieve the target set. All India Limited, after the corporatization, is pursuing defense exports as one of its major objective. We invite defense MSMEs and the industries to help us in this mission. We will work both ways. We shall take your support for export of our products in the supply chain management, as well as in case you are getting any export order, we shall be more than willing to help you, to assist you through our expertise, through our manufacturing capabilities, through our level of equipments we are manufacturing. We shall be more than happy to assist you in this. Government of India has made a lot of initiative towards exports. As was mentioned by Mr. Praveen Kumar, there's a defense exim portal where all the export leads, they are being uploaded. Anyone can see that, can respond, and ministry is more than willing to support. Even the defense attaches has been tasked with promoting the export from India. There is a regular interaction of DDP with the defense attaches, where all the DPSUs and the major industry players who are in the export, they also participate. We have the system of appointing channel partners. So anyone willing to work for us as channel partner for export to any specific country is most welcome. You can apply online. You can send an email to us. We shall send you all the details. You can fill up. We shall scrutinize and then finally appoint you a channel partner, where you are assisting us in exporting our products in foreign countries. We are engaging with defense attaches. We are having, whenever we get any lead through any means, we contact the defense attache in that country and take the details, and to the extent they can pursue the matter, they are doing that. We participate in foreign exhibitions as well as domestic international exhibitions. I shall invite my MSMEs to be part of that exhibitions. In fact, we shall be more than happy to accommodate major suppliers of our ecosystem. So friends, with these initiatives, and we at AWIL looking very proactively towards maximizing the exports to meet our export targets, to meet the export target of the Ministry of Defense. We seek your support, we seek your guidance, and we invite you to join hands in this mission. With these words, I conclude here, and we shall discuss again, in case there is any query from any of my friends, I shall be available to address to your questions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. What emerges from the erudite talk of Mr. Maurya, that the DPSUs are very keen to engage with the MSMEs for the promotion of defense exports to achieve the targets which have been given to them or to everyone by the ministry. Now I'll request Shri Atul Gupta, Director Ops TCL, to throw light on one of the key areas of this panel discussion. The key area, I leave it to his choice, to his wisdom, his discretion. Some of the key areas for this session are procurement reforms, immunization, defense exports, Shrijan portal, then defense industrial corridors. So whatever he desires to, like Mr. Maurya has, thrown light on exports. So I would request Mr. Gupta also to give his talk on one of these areas. Please, sir.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। डायस पर उपस्थित डिस्टिंग्विश्ड पैनलिस्ट, एमिनेंट गेस्ट, पीएचडी सीसीआई चैम्बर्स के ऑफिशियल्स और हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स, जैसा कि आज का टॉपिक है एमएसएमई बेस्ड एमएसएमईज और एक्सपोर्ट को लेके, तो पहले मैं ट्रूप कंफर्ट्स लिमिटेड का थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड देना चाहूंगा. आई विल जस्ट टेक few minutes for that. Troop Comforts Limited, we are manufacturing equipments for armed forces for more than 160 years. हमारी 4 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट हैं, 3 उत्तर प्रदेश में है, एक कानपुर में, एक शाहजहानपुर, एक हजरतपुर और एक आवड़ी चेन्नई में. करीब 1100 करोड़ का टर्नओवर है और हम करीब 400-500 करोड़ का मटेरियल जो कि एमएसएमईज मोस्टली हमें सप्लाई करते हैं वो खरीदते हैं. तो एमएसएमईज से हम लोग बहुत सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं और एमएसएमईज और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री, हमारी इंडस्ट्री से है, मिलकर हम लोग काम करते आ रहे हैं. हमारे सारे प्रोडक्ट मेक इन इंडिया ही हैं, कुछ भी इंपोर्ट नहीं करते, हमारा इंपोर्ट इज 0 है. अब नए परिवेश में, नए परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम लोगों का एक चेंज आया है. हम एक कॉर्पोरेट कंपनी बने हैं, तो समय के अनुसार अब हमने अपने आप को चेंज किया है. जो ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट्स हम लोग बना रहे थे, उन प्रोडक्ट्स का एक ही कस्टमर है और एक फिक्स डिमांड है, वो अभी चल नहीं पाएगा. ये बहुत बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने है. तो अब हम नए नए प्रोडक्ट्स, नए और निश प्रोडक्ट्स जो कि भारतीय सेना, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस जो कि इंपोर्ट करती हैं, उनको इंडिजनाइज कर रहे हैं और उसमें हमें एमएसएमई सेक्टर की बहुत ज्यादा मदद चाहिए होगी. वो जो हमारे मेन आइटम्स हैं जो कि हम इंडिजनाइज करना चाह रहे हैं, वो है, उसमें एक है एससीएमई, स्पेशल क्लोथिंग एंड माउंटेनियर इक्विपमेंट, जो कि -20 डिग्री से -50 डिग्री में यूज किए जाते हैं. ये लाइफ सेविंग क्लोथिंग्स होते हैं, क्योंकि यू कैन इमेजिन कि -20 और -50 डिग्री पे कोई खड़ा रहेगा, तो अगर उसमें कुछ जरा सा भी फॉल्ट होगा आइटम में, तो उसकी जान जा सकती है जवान की. तो ये इस आइटम को हम इंडिजनाइज करें. अभी ये काफी हद तक इंपोर्ट किए जाते हैं. उसमें हमें एमएसएमई पार्टनर्स की जरूरत होगी कि उनका जो रॉ मटेरियल है, उनका जो प्रोडक्ट्स है, वो उसको इंडिजनाइज करें, जिससे कि हम उसको यहाँ बनाकर हम सेना को और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस को और सिविल एक्टिविटीज के लिए दे सकें. दूसरा है बैलिस्टिक प्रोटेक्शन गियर्स, जो कि काफी हद तक यहाँ पर एस्टेब्लिश हो गए हैं. तो उसमें हमें अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज ऑगमेंट करने के लिए, सप्लीमेंट करने के लिए इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स की जरूरत है. तो ये 2 चीज हैं जो कि हमें अभी यहाँ पर इंडियन मार्केट में हमें देने के लिए, सप्लाई करने के लिए चाहिए। दूसरी चीज जो एक्सपोर्ट है, जो यहाँ का आज का एक थीम भी है, एक्सपोर्ट अभी हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, पर हमारा विश्वास है कि इन दोनों फील्ड में ही, जो कि अभी भारत में नहीं बनते हैं, अगर हम यहाँ पे बना लेते हैं आप लोगों के सहयोग से, तो हम जरूर इसको फॉरेन कंट्रीज में भी एक्सपोर्ट कर पाएंगे। तो मेरा यही कहना है, यही आह्वान है एमएसएमई इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए कि वो हमें हमारे साथ इन दो निश प्रोडक्ट्स में हमारे साथ जुड़े, जो कि हम इंडिजनाइज करना चाहते हैं और यहाँ पर बनाना चाहते हैं और यहाँ पर सप्लाई करना चाहते हैं। एक बहुत ही कॉर्डियल प्रोक्योरमेंट सिस्टम और एनवायरनमेंट ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज जो कि पहले हुआ करती थी, जो कि अब टीसीएल या ईडब्ल्यूएल के रूप में है। हमारी सारी पॉलिसीज बहुत ही वेंडर फ्रेंडली है और जो गवर्नमेंट की जो भी गाइडलाइंस होती हैं एमएसएमई के लिए, वो सारी स्ट्रिक्टली फॉलो की जाती हैं। एक जो इकोसिस्टम बना हुआ है यहाँ पर, करीब हमारे से अभी फिलहाल 400 से 500 एमएसएमई वेंडर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, जो कि आगे जाके बढ़ते रहेंगे और बहुत अभी से नहीं, बहुत सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं और एक बहुत अच्छा एक इकोसिस्टम बना हुआ है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आगे भी जो हमारे नए प्रोडक्ट्स में जिसमें हम लोग वेंचर करने जा रहे हैं, उसमें हमारे साथ जुड़ें और जो हम आइटम्स डेवलप करें, नए नए आइटम्स, उसके लिए उतना सहयोग दें। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। अभी श्री अतुल गुप्ता जी ने अपने उद्बोधन में इंडियनाइजेशन पर बल दिया। इन्होंने भी इच्छा व्यक्त की कि कैसे एमएसएमईज जो है एक सप्लाई चेन में आए, एक इंडियनाइजेशन चेन में आए। देखिए, जब हम नेशनल इंटरेस्ट की बात करते हैं, जब हम अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को अचीव करने की बात करते हैं, जब हम पॉलिसीज एंड प्रोसीजर्स की बात करते हैं, तो वहां पर आज की डेट में पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में सरकार कोई फर्क नहीं करती है। दोनों ही बहुत ही वाइटल नेशनल रिसोर्स हैं। दोनों ही का बड़ा ही जो है इंपॉर्टेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन है, बहुमूल्य योगदान है हमारे नेशनल इंटरेस्ट को अचीव करने के लिए, हमारे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम को जो है सशक्त करने के लिए। इसलिए ये अति आवश्यक है कि एमएसएमईज डीपीएसयू से इंगेज करें, बायलैटरल एंगेजमेंट, बट मेजर से बायलैटरल एंगेजमेंट करें, फॉरेन ओईएम से बायलैटरल एंगेजमेंट करें और जहां आवश्यकता हो वहां मल्टीलैटरल एंगेजमेंट करें कि हमारा डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम और सशक्त हो सके, हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री जो है और पनप सके। Now we have amongst us Colonel Sanjay Singh, the domain expert for industrial corridor. So I'll request him to enlighten us on the efforts being made in the defense industrial corridor area to strengthen the domestic ecosystem, to develop the Indian defense industry, to achieve Indianization for more defense exports. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. Good afternoon to you all who are here, all the dignitaries. And I thank all the previous speakers who have set the tone in a very classical and very thoughtful manner as to how we proceed so that the audience, the MSME, the industry people who are here derive the best out of it. Now, why do I say so? Firstly, because I represent an organization of the government. So the first question should be, what has government got to do in this business? Very right. We are in the government. We have got no business to be in the business. But let me clarify. I'm here to also to promote the business of the investors. How do I do that? Before I go any further, as the tone has been set, now it was set in the previous session. We are all aware, 2 corridors announced by our Honorable Prime Minister, Tamil Nadu Defence Industrial Corridor and UP Defence Corridor, sometimes in February, March 2018. So UP Defence Corridor, as I stand here as Chief General Manager of that UP Defence Industrial Corridor, you realize that we are just about 4 years effectively old. So we are young, we are taking steps. These are nascent steps, small, but definitely very firm. Now, how do I justify this? Since then, the UP, I'll be specifically talking about the impetus given by the state government on the policies and the directives issued by the central government. The policies are driven, the whole thing is driven by the center's formulation of policy, and we implement it. We supplement it and we complement it. So there are 6 nodes in the UP Defence Industrial Corridor that starts from in the Bundelkhand region, Chitrakoot and Jhansi. Then we come down to Agra, Aligarh, Kanpur and Lucknow. Almost about 1,500 to about 1,800 hectares of land has been procured, greenfield. The first to be off the block is the Aligarh Defence Node, almost about 100 hectares of land. When we say these figures of the land that is currently is under the possession of the UPIDA, quite a few of which has been handed over on lease to the investors, we don't stop here. It doesn't mean, the government doesn't say that 1,800 hectares we have put the finish line there. No. Aligarh node is almost saturated as of now. The government has decided to move further to procure more land. Kanpur node almost is saturated. We have decided to go in for procurement of additional land. Lucknow about to get saturated. The government has decided to go in for procurement of further land. Jhansi is there, and then Chitrakoot. Agra, because of the Supreme Court directives on the TTZ, you must realize that only the white industries can come up there. Once I have said so, in these 3 years, after the formulation, after the announcement, then the formulation and the policy, today in UP Defence Industrial Corridor, there exists a policy on the UP Defence and Aerospace Employment Policy, which has been revised or rather reaffirmed after the inputs that shows the government is so flexible. In its 3rd edition, which was just done in October 2022. Now, what does it say? How does it help the investor? Till date, we have brought in almost about 16,000 crores of investments. The environmental clearance of the 3 nodes, that is the Aligarh, Kanpur and Lucknow, is already done. A lot of construction activities that are happening in Aligarh and then similarly in Kanpur. Now, to further this, we have gone into a memorandum of understanding with 3 Center of Excellence. We have got 2 Center of Excellence. We have shaken hands with IIT Kanpur and IIT BHU. 2 Center of Excellences are there in IIT Kanpur and 1 Center of Excellence in IIT BHU. In addition to this, there is a common facility center that is coming up as funded by the central government somewhere in Jhansi. Then the DRDO has opened up the different testing infrastructure which is coming up in Lucknow. In addition to this, we are going in for the DTIS, another scheme, a very well thought and well driven scheme by the central government policy, and that is the DTIS. Out of the total 8, currently 5 have been floated, 3 have gone to the Tamil Nadu corridor and 3 have come to us. When I talk of UPDIC, it is the material and testing, unmanned aerial systems and communications. The RFP is out. The DTIS conglomerate is yet to be finalized. So very soon you will be seeing all these things coming up. Now, the government is doing this. Why? Because most of the time, firstly, we all understand that this whole sector is a very capital intensive sector. Not everybody will have so much leeway to be investing huge amount of money in their R&D. We are helping them to get their things done, get their research done, reach up to TRL level 9 or whichever way they wish to. If they have already done some concept making and all, any investors of UP Defence Industrial Corridor will get a priority by the Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence is specifically for drone has come up in IIT Kanpur. Government is funding almost about 20.3 crore rupees. And in addition, the other 2 Center of Excellence The UP government has given almost about 15 crore rupees to each IITs. Why? To do the research in the areas which have been seeing some kind of gaps. Initially, that was done by the DRDO, but then they are not so closed. If you walk up to them, if my investors walk up to them as per the directives given by the state government, the institute has to give a priority to the investors of in the UP Defence Industrial Corridor. In addition to this, we have tied up with Technopark IIT. I saw Mrs. Reema Mittal here. I think she's not here. So it is being represented here. You can always latch on to them. The IIT Kanpur, they are known to be the best incubators in the country as of now. In fact, we all know the Silicon Valley is the first example in the world to be of a technopark or a Schedule 8 company that came up. So the government impetus is in all the directions. This is not all, but definitely quite a few things which I can bring out from this dais and which can highlight the efforts which are being made by the government. The next thing is that the allotment of land is exactly at the price which the government buys from the farmer or acquires. You will be amazed to know that on average about 200 crore rupees is being spent on each node, the 6 nodes that I talk, by the government to create infrastructures, because in our policy we have promised that we give you a boundary wall which is 10 feet high. That means it will be a kind of a closed structure. We provide you a dedicated power supply. So that means a power station with 132 kVA and 233 kVA that are coming up in Jhansi, and rest of the places 33 kVA substations which are coming up. Then the water supply scheme, water up to the door, providing the municipal waste treatment system, and all, then providing land for the effluent treatment plant. So if I work it out, it comes to almost about 200 crores for an size of the average size of the node, about 200 hectares. But not a single penny that is spent by the government on this infrastructure development is loaded on the cost of the land at which it is provided to the investors. There is no second example in the country. I have interacted hugely with TNDIC also, nothing to underrate them. But then when it comes to the incentivizations, then we are the front runners. Coming on to the incentives that the government gives, we give incentives up to 7% in the 4 regions, that is Agra, Aligarh, Kanpur and Lucknow. Bundelkhand, which for some reasons that is known to all, which has always had a laid back kind of bringing up, it is being given 10% on the capital subsidy. Then for all the anchor units which are coming up, that is a unit which invests 300 crore rupees in the 4, that is Agra, Aligarh, Lucknow and Kanpur, and 200 crores or more in Jhansi and Bundelkhand, they are giving a land and subsidy of 25%. It's a huge amount. The Adanis who have come up, now there's some big names which have joined hands with UP Defence Industrial Corridor. We have got BrahMos, which is coming up in Lucknow. They have already started their construction. Adani coming up in Kanpur, bringing up the best of its kind ammunition plant in Asia. Then the Bharat Dynamics Limited, most of you will know them as Akash Nak missiles. They are coming up in Jhansi. So with these 3 big names which have, they are the partners, they are not the partners, they are the investors with us. We have also to incentivize, to promote business of our investors. The UP Defence Industrial Corridor has also gone into a memorandum of understanding with certain banking institutions which are coming up with the customized banking products for the investors in the Defence Industrial Corridor. Because compared to any other DPR that anybody makes in when they wish to invest in some other sector, the most difficult part is to create a DPR based on which, for the defense and aerospace equipments, based on which somebody will think of even funding them. This is also happening. Once I have said so, on behalf, we continuously interact. We like to understand the problem that the MSMEs and the industry faces. So there was a beautiful point that was brought out by the JSDIP, Mr. Bajpayee, and then subsequently it was emboldened by Mr. Praveen Kumar. I wanted to request on behalf of the MSMEs that the offset clause is a very beautiful clause. But somehow, sir will, Mr. Praveen will agree, there is a quantum of money which is there, but somehow it is not in retrospect. So that means it becomes applicable only to the Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020. On behalf, if I am allowed, I can only request if the government can also consider this, because this will give a lot of josh and lot of this thing to the new investors and the MSMEs who are coming up. Then there can always be a further consideration on the price incentivization when it comes to, because these small steps by us, when I say us, I consider part of the government only, it's going to incentivize a lot of things. In continuation, I will also like to request the DPSUs, which have got a huge infrastructure, to somehow consider opening up their testing facilities. Because even if the DTIS which comes up today, the 5 have been floated in the country, 3 goes to south, 3 goes to north. The UP, the best part of UP is that we boast of so many DPSUs in our state. If somehow some, with all the security and the other parameters, but if somehow the testing facilities which already exist with these DPSUs, if they can be made accessible to specific investors of the UP Defense Industrial Corridor. So these are some points which I wanted to bring to the house, to the forum to be considered, because the very fact that we are here, why are we here? And when we talk of this subject, which is the MSMEs, the shining stars of India, they are and they will be. The people who are already plonked, the people who have got deep roots, they are going to stay. But how do we protect, prevent and promote the young saplings and the young trees and the young people who are just trying to get up? And even well brought out by all the previous speakers, that last few years, a couple of years have been a very difficult year for the industry. Even the big industry player will vouch for this. So with this note, I think I have tried to summarize most of the things. I wanted to bring not the perspective, but the fact as to how the UP government is serious about the policy that is being driven by the center, what all promotional incentives that is being provided by the government of UP. We are doing great. We are very sincere about it. And with the efforts, which is all known of our Honorable Chief Minister, anything and everything, starting from hitting on the button on the Nivesh Mitra, to the allotment of land and the registry, everything has been made online. So almost, if not zero, then almost zero human interface in the complete allotment and allocation of the land to the defense and aerospace investors in this sector. With this, I finish my talk. I sincerely hope that it has been of some education, some light I have been able to throw, because most of the time there would be very many people who are well initiated in this UP Defense Industrial Corridor. They know about it. I'm sure very many of you are uninitiated. Most of the time I have come across people don't know as to who can invest, what all things are being provided by the government. So my charter today intent was to bring out as to what we are, how we do it, and in the best possible manner, how we take these strides. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Colonel Sanjay, for enlightening all of us with so much of energy and enthusiasm on the earnest endeavors being made by the UP government for the activities in the UP Industrial Defense Corridor, Defense Industrial Corridor, which will go a long way to promote the Indian defense industry. As you see, the MSMEs have got tremendous opportunity in the corridors also. The policy initiatives being taken by both the industrial corridors, UPIDA and TIDCO. I have seen the figures, the MOUs which have signed, the values, they are all mind-boggling. of course, within such a short time. The corridors were first announced by the Honorable Prime Minister in the DEF Expo 2019. And within, say, 4 to 5 years only, within 4 years, I mean, they've been able to sign so many MNUs with so much of value. This shows the efforts being made by both the, corridors, agencies monitoring both the corridors towards development of the Indian defense industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the, reps from the distinguished some of the major foreign OEMs, Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, Aso Aviation, Airbus. So now I request Mr. Partha Roy Chaudhary, commercially Lockheed Martin Corporation, to give his perspective on the role of foreign OEMs in the development of Indian defense industry by the Make in India initiative, the World Bharat call. Mr. Partha Chaudhary.
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार। मैं तो यहाँ सुनने और अटेंड करने आया था, बट इन्होंने अभी माइक थमा दिया तो कुछ बोल लेंगे। ऐसे मेरे कान इतने बड़े हैं, मैं सुनने के लिए ही ज़्यादा इच्छुक था। मैं कुछ अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस बताऊंगा, उससे शायद आपको ये अंदाज़ा लगे कि ये MSMEs और हम जिस टॉपिक में बात कर रहे हैं उसका अभी स्थिति क्या है। और फिर मैं ज़रूर बताऊंगा जो प्रवीण साहब ने कहा है कि अबाउट हाउ वी आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग एंड हाउ यू आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू अस। सो पहले तो मैं ये बता दूं, हमारा कंपनी का नाम लॉकहीड मार्टिन है। बहुत लोग शायद इसे नहीं जानते होंगे, बट वी आर वन ऑफ द मेजर डिफेंस कंपनीज इन द वर्ल्ड। प्रेजेंटली वी आर हैविंग ऑलमोस्ट आई थिंक more than 370 locations, facilities across 54 countries in the world. कुछ 13,700 suppliers हैं हमारे, उसमें से more than 900 suppliers are international. तो यूं कुछ से फिगर्स हैं, उससे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि लॉकहीड का स्थिति क्या है आज विश्व में। बाकी आप सभी गूगल करते हैं, मोबाइल है, आप हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स को देख सकते हैं क्या हम बनाते हैं। अब आप अगर बात करें, जब मैं पहली बार इस कंपनी में ज्वाइन किया, उससे पहले मैं बता दूं कि मैं मेक इन इंडिया टीम में था गवर्नमेंट का, और मैं डिफेंस ही देखता था। तो वहां से निकल के जब मैं यूएस गया और यूएस जाके मैंने लॉकहीड का एक फैसिलिटी में गया, तो मैंने क्या देखा? तो मैंने देखा कि इनके रिसर्च, इनका फैसिलिटी, इनका प्रोडक्शन यूनिट्स, इनके असेंबली लाइंस, दे वर फार 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 एडवांस्ड, लेड आउट बहुत अच्छे तरह से थे। हर चीज का एक अकाउंटिंग थी, हर चीज के एक प्रोसेसेस बने हुए थे, और उसको देख के ऐसा लगता था कि यहाँ से तो मतलब एक छोटा सा अगर पिन भी गिर गया तो पता लग जाएगा। तो बड़े वो आधुनिक भी थे। और आपको ऐसा हैरान होगी कि जब मैं वहां पहुंचा तो मैंने पता चला कि हबल टेलीस्कोप हमने बनाया आज से 50 साल पहले। सूरज के जो फोटोग्राफ्स आज आप बड़े बड़े देखते हैं, वो चीज आज से 30 साल पहले लॉन्च लॉकहीड मार्टिन सैटेलाइट से हुआ। तो ये बड़ा आश्चर्य मुझे लगा कि यार इसमें क्या ऐसा चीज है। और आप हैरान हो जाएंगे कि वो सारे इंडियन साइंटिस्ट है वहां पे, बहुत सारे आई शुड से हु आर बिहाइंड दिस होल सक्सेस स्टोरीज। बट जब मैं वो उसको देखा तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि मैं इस कंपनी में काम करता हूं जो इतना आधुनिक है। एंड दे आर ह्यूज फैसिलिटीज, एक्सट्रीमली बिग फैसिलिटीज। आज मुझे आई फील प्राउड व्हेन आई कम बैक फ्रॉम देयर एंड आई गो टू MSMEs। मुझे हर वो MSME में छोटा छोटा लॉकहीड दिखता है। हर वो MSME आज हमारे इंडियन MSME उस स्टैंडर्ड पे पहुंच गया है कि वो एक लॉकहीड प्लांट के छोटा प्रकार का मैं उसे कह सकता। एंड वी हैव प्रेजेंटली इन इंडिया एक्टिव सप्लायर्स जो हमें वही बड़े इक्विपमेंट बनाने में यहां से पार्ट्स दें। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि हाउ फास्ट वी आर चेंजिंग एंड हाउ आवर MSMEs आर ग्रोइंग इन दिस पर्टिकुलर डोमेन। कुछ चीजें और भी मैंने अभी बात करते करते लिखा। जब एक्सपोर्ट्स की बात करें तो हमारे यहाँ पे 2 जॉइंट वेंचर्स हैं। हमारा पहला जॉइंट वेंचर 2009 में आया, उसके बाद 2010 में दूसरा जॉइंट वेंचर आया। हम लोग C-130J जो ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट है उसका टेल वाला पोर्शन इंडिया में बनाते हैं इन अ जॉइंट वेंचर विच इज टाटा लॉकहीड मार्टिन एरोस्ट्रक्चर्स लिमिटेड। और जो हेलीकॉप्टर बनता था हमारा S-92, जिसमें अमेरिकी प्रेसिडेंट भी जाते हैं, उसका केबिन भी हम लोग यहीं बनाते हैं in India, the Tata Sikorsky joint venture, which is both of them are in Hyderabad. Tata Lockheed Martin Aerostructures आज तक more than 187 टेल्स बना चुके हैं. ये टेल्स जो एयरक्राफ्ट का टेल है वो उन एयरक्राफ्ट में फ्लाई हो रहा है आज जो पूरे वर्ल्ड यूज कर रहा है. जो देश C-130J एयरक्राफ्ट यूज करता है उसमें इंडिया से मैन्युफैक्चर्ड टेल उसमें लगा हुआ है. और मैं ये बता दूं कि उस टेल में हजारों के पार्ट्स इंडियन एमएसएमईज ने दिया है. वो हर एमएसएमई आज ग्लोबल फोरम में ये बोल सकता है कि वो जो हवाई जहाज उड़ रही है उसमें मेरा ये चीज लगा हुआ है. एंड आई फील प्राउड ऑफ. कमिंग टू व्हाट अबाउट एक्सपोर्ट्स, दिस एक्सपोर्ट नंबर में अगर मैं बात करूं, मोर देन $600 million of exports has been handled by that one JV. I'm not counting the other one. उसके बाद now coming to the next story. Next story is जो MSME हमें ये सपोर्ट करते थे, MSME ने हमें इसके छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स दिया, वो MSME एक छोटा सा I should say फैसिलिटी में अपना काम करते थे उस टाइम में बैंगलोर. आज वो MSME has 6 facilities and they are the supplier of all major OEMs. एंड आप सरप्राइज हो जाएंगे, अभी मैं लंदन गया था तो मैंने देखा उस भीड़ में से कोई पहचाना हुआ सा आ रहा है, तो मैंने पूछा भाई आप यहाँ पे, तो मैंने देखा वो एमएसएमई ने आज लंदन की भी एमएसएमईज खरीद लिए. नाउ दे आर सप्लाइंग टू यूके आल्सो फ्रॉम यूके. सो द रीच हैज गॉन मल्टीफोल्ड, आई मस्ट से दिस, मल्टीफोल्ड, अनइमेजिनेबल ग्रोथ. एंड द ब्यूटी इज आवर इंजीनियर्स मैंने मतलब they just started the internship in that MSME and they are continuing with the growth to become the general manager of the same company. This is also a wonderful thing. The skill development, the skills that our people has is also an amazing thing that we are having today. Now, कुछ एक requirements होते हैं हमारे जैसे qualification criteria, cyber security requirements. I think our colleagues will speak more about it. We have those, we cannot avoid it. तो कभी कभी जब हम जाते हैं किसी एमएसएमई में हम लोगों ने रिजेक्शन भी किया है कि नहीं आप टू द स्टैंडर्ड आज है नहीं, या हम आपसे अभी सामान नहीं ले सकते. यू विल बी सरप्राइज क्या क्विक टर्न अराउंड किया इन एमएसएमई. वही एमएसएमई जिसे हमने शायद 1 साल पहले या 1.5 साल पहले रिजेक्ट किया था, आज वो हमारा वन ऑफ द मेजर सप्लायर्स है. नॉट फॉर इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स, ग्लोबल प्रोडक्ट्स आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट. और एक बात खास मेरे नजर में आया कि एक ओईएम है, नॉट नेम, इट्स मेजर फॉरेन ओईएम, उन्होंने एमएसएमई को इंडेफिनिट ऑर्डर दिया है. आप समझ सकते हैं इंडेफिनिट ऑर्डर का मतलब उसका कोई लिमिट ही नहीं है. भाई आपसे हम जिंदगी भर लेते रहेंगे, ऐसा भी एमएसएमईज है. सो यू कैन इमेजिन व्हाट इज द सक्सेस स्टोरीज हियर. कमिंग टू अगेन टू स्किल डेवलपमेंट, हमारा जो टीएलएमएल जेवी है, जब हमने शुरू किया था वहां पे, तो वो एक गांव था आदि बटला, और आदि बटला गांव में बहुत डिफिकल्ट था समझाना वहां पे जो हमारे मैनुअल्स थे इंग्लिश में, जो हमारे लेटर लिखे हुए थे, हमारे छोटे छोटे इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे. और आपको सरप्राइज होगा ये सुन के कि वहां की महिलाएं आगे आई एंड दे स्टार्टेड ट्रेनिंग देमसेल्फ, एंड नॉट ओनली देमसेल्फ, they have started training their kids also. So now we have a total branch of women in aviation. There are more than 90 women who is working on those particular skills, and they are in the aviation industry completely. And we are growing more and more and more. And now we have handed over laptops to them, so they don't only study about aviation engineering, they're fully skilled up, and they also give lesson to their children. So maybe in future you will find many aviation engineers here in this country. एक और चीज आई थी, एक डिजिटाइजेशन एंड हैंड होल्डिंग. संजय सर ने ऑफसेट के बारे में कहा. अभी जितने भी मैंने बात करी, सो इट इज नॉट आई थिंक माय अचीवमेंट, इट इज आवर अचीवमेंट. एंड आवर में सेकेंड पार्टी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस एंड डॉमडब्ल्यू है. ये जो सारे 600 मिलियन की मैंने बात करा, ये सारा काम ऑफसेट के थ्रू आया. और वो ऑफसेट मेरा अकेले का नहीं था, वो एमओडी उसमें हिस्सेदारी, इक्वल हिस्सेदारी में उन्होंने साथ दिया हमारा. They not only encouraged us, they promoted us, they helped us, they guided us how we can go ahead. So I am always thankful to the entire department for that. Speed की बात करें तो even issues were addressed within hours, not even days. Sometimes delays are there, which is understandable, but mostly the help was really, really evident. अब मैं ऑफसेट का एक छोटा सा आई शुड से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा. ऑफसेट पॉलिसीज जो है हमारे कई सालों में बटे हुए हैं. टीपीपी 2008, 11, 15, 16, 20. जब कोई फॉरेन ओईएम आता है वो इतने सारे पॉलिसीज कंफ्यूज हो जाता है, क्योंकि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो होता है ऑफसेट का वो अलग साइन किया जाता है. तो अगर हम लोग एक नेशनल ऑफसेट पॉलिसी रखें और वो एक्विजिशन के डीपीपी के साथ मैच ना करें तो भी आई थिंक इट्स अ फीजिबल ऑप्शन एंड इजियर ऑप्शन टू कंट्रोल द होल ऑफसेट अथॉरिटी. वो एक जरूर कंसिडर मैं करने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि अगर हमारे पास एक सिंगल ऑफसेट पॉलिसी हो, मतलब अगर 10 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो तो किसमें गलती किया और कब जेल जाऊंगा यही सोचते रह जाएंगे. उससे अच्छा है कि एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो जहाँ पता है कि भाई ये कानून है, मैं उसको फॉलो कर लूंगा. तो आज के डेट में हमारे पास बड़े सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है तो वो बड़े हम कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, एमओडी हमें जरूर हेल्प कर देती है, बट एक टाइम लॉस की बात है, क्योंकि हमारा घड़ी जो है वो चलता रहता है. आपका घड़ी रुक भी जाए लेकिन हमारा घड़ी चालू है. तो दैट इज वन रिक्वेस्ट आई विल हैव. बट थैंक यू सो मच टू गिव मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. As the topic here says, MSME is the future. I think it is. They are the pillars, and it will be always be remaining so. And we are looking forward for a very, very new India, a new India which has got the real capability and I should say the real skills. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
धन्यवाद पार्था जी. पिछले 4 वर्षों में हमारा आपसे इंटरेक्शन होता रहा ऑफिशियल लेवल पर. पहली बार आपको इतना हिंदी बोलते सुना है मैंने, और इतनी धारा प्रवाह हिंदी बोलते सुना है. मुझे मालूम नहीं था इतनी हिंदी आपको आती है. बल्कि कभी कभी हम हिंदी में बात करते तो हम सोचते शायद पार्था जी ना समझ पाते हों, लेकिन अब मुझे बड़ा अफसोस हो रहा है कि हो सकता है ये समझ रहे होंगे हम लोग क्या बात कर.
इम्पोर्टेंट है, ये हिंदी जो है ये भी उत्तर प्रदेश का देन है, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ पे एडीसी टू गवर्नर रहा तो सारे जितने भी यहाँ के ऑफिशियल जितने भी कम्युनिकेशन होते थे वो हिंदी में थे, और वो हिंदी में नहीं थे, वो उस टाइप का हिंदी में था जिसको सीखना बहुत जरूरी है. तो खैर थैंक यू सो मच यूपी आई शुड से.
तो पार्था जी ने अपने वक्तव्य में जो है बहुत अहम बातें कही. एक तो उन्होंने अपना सक्सेस स्टोरी बताया जो इनका टाटा के साथ था. वो देखिए, आज टाटा देखिए, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा C295 एयरक्राफ्ट, जो मेक इन इंडिया में एक बहुत बड़ा एक कदम होने है, जहां C29 एयरक्राफ्ट जो है C295 एयरक्राफ्ट इंडिया में एयरबस जो है द्वारा वो बनाया जाएगा. तो एयरबस का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसका जो है सब कुछ एयरबस से टाटा उसको बनाएगा. उसका इतना बड़ा ऑर्डर जो है मोदी ने दिया है. तो ये एक मेक इन इंडिया में बहुत बड़ा कदम है, एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है. हमारे जो फॉरेन ओईएम्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं ये सब ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इनके हैं, जो हम इनको हैंडल कर रहे हैं वो ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स ये हजारों करोड़ के हैं. कई हजार करोड़ के ऑफसेट क्लेम्स इन्होंने सबमिट कर चुके हैं. कई हजार ऑफसेट क्लेम मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि जितने हजार करोड़ के ऑफसेट क्लेम इन्होंने सबमिट किए हैं, हमें इसका मतलब उतने हजार करोड़ के परचेज ऑर्डर्स इन्होंने इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री पे प्लेस किया है, और कई हजार करोड़ के परचेज ऑर्डर्स इन्हें और अभी प्लेस करना है. पार्था जी का लॉकहीड मार्टिन का एक बहुत बड़ा ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चल रहा है. यही सिस्टम्स का एक बहुत बड़ा ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चल रहा है. दासो एविएशन का राफेल ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपने सुना ही होगा, भारत के इंडियन मिलिट्री का सबसे बड़ा ऑफसेट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है. इनको कई हजार करोड़ का भी ऑफसेट करना है. तो हमने तो सभी फॉरेन ओईएम्स को इनवाइट किया था, कुछ आ पाए, कुछ किसी वजह से कारणों से नहीं आ पाए. तो सब लोगों के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है. ये फॉरेन ओईएम से इंटरेक्शन, ये जो आज का कन्क्लेव खत्म होने के बाद जो है P2B इंगेजमेंट करें, इससे P2B इंगेजमेंट करने की कोशिश करें, बायलैटरल लेवल पर इनसे इंटरेक्शन करें. जो फैसिलिटेशन की जरूरत होगी, हमारा DDP का डिफेंस मैनेजमेंट DOMW जो है, डिफेंस ऑफसेट मैनेजमेंट विंग, जिसका मैं DDG हूँ, महानिदेशक, हम लोग का DOMW फैसिलिटेशन सेल करके एक ऑफिस है दिल्ली में. वहां हम लोग जरूरत होती है तो इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को फॉरेन मीडियम के साथ इंटरफेस कराते हैं. वो हमारे ड्यूटी का एक हिस्सा है. तो आप लोगों के लिए ये बहुत गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है, ये फॉरेन मीडियम के साथ इंटरेक्ट करें. जो यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, जो नहीं भी हैं, उनके साथ भी हम आपका इंटरेक्शन फैसिलिटेट कराएं. नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट Group Captain Borse from Daso Aviation to give a perspective of his company on the roadmap they have for the Make in India, India Bharat initiative, how they are going to promote it to their offset contract, and not only to be limited to offset contract, as part of the overall, MOD capital acquisitions. Group Captain Borse.
Thank you, Praveen sir. Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary, CMD, EWEIL, Shri Praveen Kumar, my fellow panelists, dignitaries who come all the way from this region to Kanpur. I extend a very warm Sankranti greetings, Happy New Year greetings, and wish us all a great year ahead. And as the banner says, MSMEs are indeed the stars of our defense ecosystem, and that has been our experience in the past few years. Specifically so, because I'm the offset manager, I look after the offsets for my company, which is Daso Aviation. Slightly a background about Daso Aviation, I think, would be in order at this time. We are in India right from 1953. Cooperation which had started from then over many decades has matured to such an extent that we have started interactions, we have started our business cooperations with the Indian companies, and we are progressing ahead with the plans that we have. Our offset means, and offsets in our parlance are just a springboard. What we are actually looking for is long-term relationships, because the moment we go through this process of selection, identification, qualifications, etc., and the specific companies get into our global supply chains, that means this is something, a vision beyond offsets. So for us, offsets are a means towards meeting our requirements, our goals, and those goals are very specific. In sense, those goals are making some of our best-selling products in India. And what are our product range? We are the only company in the world, which designs, manufactures, integrates both military aircraft as well as business jets. You may have heard about Falcon 2000s. That's our best-selling product. We have these plans of making this green plane in India. Complete green plane in India under the Make in India, which would be the first of its kind for a business jet in India. So that being the case, the long-term perspectives are really very broad. And in terms of military equipment and other things, we have already started manufacturing some of the parts that are required for Rafale aircraft. And our thrust areas, for example, we have already started manufacturing these engine doors. We already started manufacturing the canopy frames, the empanages. So this has been our trajectory in the last few years, and we intend to continue expanding this particular scope. So all this is possible in India. I'll repeat it. We are basically the designers and integrators of this platforms, aeronautical platforms. So we definitely need the assistance, the help, the cooperation of the Indian companies who would be our, the partners, IOPs I call them, Indian offset partners, and to fit into this global scheme of things and be suppliers for our future requirements. So in this process, I'll take you 2 more minutes to sort of give you the process that we follow for the integration of MSMEs. And I must thank Sri Praveen Kumar for having given us this kind of a platform. And we have been having this kind of a platform since long, and we've been able to, understand the capabilities, the capacities of some of the MSMEs that are spread all over India. Our ecosystem in India is really spread right from the north way up to Coimbatore in the south. And in that ecosystem, we have different requirements that are. It's a big jigsaw puzzle, and skills happens to be one of the major considerations in development of this ecosystem. I'll touch the skills part at the end, but suffice to say that the process that we follow for qualification of MSMEs are that we first of all do the market survey for understanding what is it that a particular company can provide us in terms of our supply chain requirements. Then we have this process of qualifications, certifications, first article inspection, the same rigmarole of any, you must have gone through that very many times. The distinction here is this happens to be the first phase wherein it ends from the requirements till the first article inspection. And the second phase is that we subsequently, once the MSME is qualified, certified, etc., we integrate them into our global supply chain and intend to make that MSME as the sole supplier. No, this happens to be the second phase because this is what is happening. The manufacturing. You must be very aware about the recent developments about disruptions in supply chains, the other aspects, and so India is a very lucrative place for having this kind of This is, I would say, this is the golden period for Indian companies, especially the MSMEs, wherein there are opportunities galore. What is it that is now required for the Indian companies to, sort of start interacting with the foreign OEMs? It's like this. We are there, and we are not aware about the existence of few companies that have niche capabilities, they have all sorts of facilities, capabilities, etc. And so this kind of platform does give us an opportunity to interact, try to understand, and sort of expand our requirements in terms of setting up this particular ecosystem. You all are from industry, so you must be aware that the industrial processes are very time intensive. What I mean by time intensive is because of the nature of the work that we do, engineering itself, the design stage, the other aspect of manufacturing, which finally culminates into the quality assurance part of it. And then, so that is where, there is a lot of proactiveness that is required that we expect as for OEMs from the Indian MSMEs. This is one aspect of this thing. The second aspect is we want to know what is your core competency, what is it that you do, what is it that you have been doing. Have you been in the supply chain of some or the other other suppliers, As also, are you also exporting? What are your, those kind of parameters? It is interesting for us to understand, for us to take this, process forward. So what we usually do is in such seminars, we make use of the best time, because this is absolutely one of the good platforms, I'll say, from my experience with what Mr. Praveen has been, doing this all over India. The last ones, that one I attended was at Pune, and it produced good results for us from our perspective. So we have. My colleague is there. His name is Abhishek Sharma. He's the one who deals with this procurement part of it. Meaning he is the one who is the interface. I'm the offset manager and he's the procurement interface. At the end of it, I'll request you to fill certain forms that will help us in understanding what is the ecosystem around and what are the companies that can be potential companies for us to potential IOPs, I call them, Indian offset partners. So this aspect was the industrial aspect. I said that I'll touch something about the skilling part of it. Our requirements have been very specific. We are at the absolutely at the cutting edge of technological this thing in terms of the products that we make. So our experience since 2016, when this plant and other things were in the process of being set up, we experienced that there is lack of skilled manpower. So what was decided then, about 6 years back, was that if we intend to make our products here to the same global standards that are expected and that association is known all over the world, so there is a need for us to have a holistic view and try to meet those requirements by transferring the way skilled manpower is sort of produced. I'm making this as a commodity, but then it's a very, very important aspect of setting up of a aeronautical and aerospace ecosystem in India, especially in India. Our automotive sector has has grown, it's become mature, it has become even at the global standards. And this journey of automotive industry, I would say, has taken us few decades at least. So we are at the cusp of this aeronautical and aerospace, as Partha also mentioned about his experiences. So with that as a backdrop, what we did start a skilling academy in India, and this academy is based the first sort of cooperation we had with was with the government institute. It's called Government ITI Nagpur, wherein we have been able to produce a few batches. The first two batches, as soon as they were, as soon as they passed out, it's a 2-year course. As soon as they passed out, they were absorbed, like, cherry ready to be picked, ripe cherry ready to be picked. So why I'm bringing this aspect out is that there is a mindset, there is a mindset required for transition from traditional manufacturing or industrial processes to the ones that are required for our specific aeronautical and aerospace, especially the military kind. So that being the case, there is a need for us also to have in your in your scheme of things, when you plan for certain, when you do perspective planning, you must also have this highly skilled manpower required for specific sectors such as aerospace as part of your one of the important considerations. So we in this process we are also having interactions with ISC Bangalore, with DIIT Pune, and our this skilling is not only based at lower level for mechanics and this thing. It's tiered. What I mean by tiered is that it starts at ITI level. The next step is interaction with at the managerial level, then at the designer level and postmasters level as well. So it's a complete ecosystem that we are in the process of establishing. And so in this whole process, our interaction with MOD and DMW especially has been very, full, I'll say. There are this, the aspects of policy, the aspects of opportunities. So we are mostly concentrating more on the aspects of opportunities because we have this offset commitments. We are looking forward for any interaction that may lead us to a long-term relation in terms of integrating you with our global supply chains. With that, Praveen sir, I think I've covered the parameters that you've given. And again, thank you, Rajesh ji, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity here. And once again, wish you all the best and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Group Captain Borse. Group Captain Borse has emphasized about the need for integrating the MSMEs into the global supply chain and forging a long-term business relationship, not only confined to offset contracts, but a long-term business relationship with DAS Aviation. That is what the other OEMs also are of that view only, that it is not to be, restricted to offset contracts also only, but it has to go beyond that. Long-term business relationship where you could become part of the global supply chain and they can be, sourcing products, services from you for their, orders all over which they get from all over the globe, not only from our country. So now I'll request Mr. Anup Sadev, Senior Category Manager, BAE Systems, give views, perspective of his company, because BAE Systems has also been a lot of, business with the Indian defense companies. They have got a huge, supply chain here in the country. So what are the views of his company, how they intend to promote Make in India and develop the Indian defense industry, which is, part of the government initiative. So what would be their contribution for this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Praveen, and thank you, Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary and other senior panelists. BAE Systems has been part of the Indian defense manufacturing industry for last 7 decades. We have been having joint venture with HAL as BAE HAL Systems in Bangalore for supply of engineering services. Similarly, we have partnered with HAL to supply 123 Hawk jets to Indian Air Force and in the past. And currently we are working with MDSL at near Delhi to set up an AIT. From there, we have supplied 145 ULH guns, which you might have seen in the media, which is deployed across the Indo-Chinese border. So we have been long associated with the Indian defense industry, and we are confident that this is the fastest growing economy, and we look forward to partnering with the future growth in this endeavor for supply of purchasing of defense parts from India. Right now, we are having around 80 IOPs from India, and out of that, more than 50 IOPs are from small scale industries, where we do the handholding, where we do the initial handholding from where we support them in cybersecurity essentials. We do the supply development, where we do the audit and help them in improvement of their quality system. Then we support them in quality planning in so that they are able to understand and to deliver as per our quality requirements to our various locations in Europe and USA. And in this whole process, we are working with them so that we deliver the right quality of the products and at the required delivery lead time. So this is something which we do not see as a one-time project which is limited to offset. We are seeing beyond, and we are committed to Make in India endeavor, and we fully support this endeavor and are confident that we will be able to get your support. We will find our future potential suppliers with many of the partners which are here, and we are open to interact. We are open to communicate and understand your capabilities and look forward to doing future potential businesses with you. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anup Sadev. You've also expressed your willingness to interact with the Indian defense companies, assess their capabilities, and integrate them into your global supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to inform all of you that apart from these national and state MSME conclaves, MOD DDP, MW, is also organizing a region-wise interactive section of the foreign OEMs with the Indian defense companies. Last year, I had organized a lot of sessions, and we are organizing it region-wise so that the Indian companies located in various regions can participate. They don't have to travel so much. For the northern group of companies, I have been organizing at Delhi, for the western group at Mumbai, the southern group at Hyderabad. So I would request that, in future also interactive sessions, whatever we are organizing apart from these conclaves, request all of you from the industry to kindly participate in those sessions, because those are sessions, where we have the foreign OEMs, the Indian defense industry. So those are platforms which we are providing to facilitate the Indian defense industry to get, integrated into the supply chain. We enlighten them on the policy perspective, on the procedural aspects, and we request the foreign OEMs to carry out a capability and capacity assessment of the Indian defense companies and see, whom they can select, identify and select Indian offset partners with whom they can forge long-term business relationships. All this will contribute to the, strengthening of the domestic defense ecosystem, making the Indian defense industry more and more robust. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that all the panelists have spoken in this session, so I'll throw this open for the question and answers. So anybody has questions, you are most welcome to throw your questions, and we are always there to answer your questions. If it is from the policy side, was the policy of the ministry, I'll be responding. If it's for the industrial corridors, Sanjay is there. If it is concerning the DPSUs, then Director Ops TCL and Director Ops AWIL are there. Request them to reply. And if it is concerning business engagements with the foreign OEMs, we have reps of 3 foreign OEMs on the dais. One more has come. He was here. I think he's gone somewhere. So you're most welcome to ask questions, please. So there is 15 minutes for the question answer session. If anybody has any questions, please, you're most welcome. उधर आपके माइक है, क्योंकि यहाँ एक माइक चाहिए होगा जवाब देने के लिए, एक उधर दे दीजिए, एक यहाँ जवाब देने के लिए चाहिए.
Yeah, hello, namaste to everyone. I'm Saket Mani from GRS India. We are into safety, healthcare, and defense. Defense, we are focusing on V-alert system. This is for border security. So where we use laser, and we have one engagement with Israeli agency, who is basically this technology belongs to them. So we want to set up a manufacturing here in UP. This is the first time I'm here in this kind of meeting. So please guide like where to start, where we can explore. Yeah.
Who asked the question? Okay. So the UP Defense Industrial Corridor, जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया था, you are comfortable in English or Hindi? Both. So there are 6 nodes: Chitrakoot, Jhansi, Kanpur, Lucknow, Aligarh, Agra. The only restriction about Agra is because it comes under Taj Trapezium. So because of the Supreme Court's directives, only white industry, that means no pollution industries can come up. As I understand, you mentioned about you are into the laser things and all. Fine. So out of these 6 places, you can select wherever you wish to establish. You go on to the net. UP Nivesh Mitra is the site. If you just forget it and you miss out anything, the site of UP Expressway Industrial Development Authority, which has got a vertical link to UP Defence Industrial Corridor, everything is given there. So from there, it will take you to the Nivesh Mitra. You apply. So that means you are in the waiting list. There would be very many before you. Once your application is logged in, you have to submit online DPR so that it is assessed whether your equipment qualifies to be a defense and aerospace sector equipment or not. Once it is cleared by the evaluation committee, it goes to the allotment committee. You are asked to deposit money. That is also online. You have to be, your application has to be responded to in 7 days. So it is not a never-ending process. Once you have logged in and if you have submitted your DPR, we are bound to give you a reply, positive or negative, within 7 days. And it is, mind you, when I say it is very, very seriously being monitored by the Chief Minister's office. We cannot just flunk on any of the issues. So that much assurance I can give you. And then whichever place you select, the rates are different because these are the rates at which the government has acquired the land. So it will be 1 rupee in Lucknow, it may be 1 rupees 50 paisa in Aligarh, and maybe about 75 paisa in Chitrakoot, or 50 paisa in Jhansi. So the rates will depend on that. I hope I have answered your queries. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel Sanjay. Next question, please. Next question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Mr. Praveen only, and it is a follow-on question to what Mr. Sanjay had mentioned in his address. And this was pertaining to the benefits that were being given to the industry, particularly the MSME sector, with regard to defense offsets. And as I understand and as I see from the policy that apart from the DAP 20, which had some provision for offsets, currently probably the government is not very inclined to pass on the benefits of offsets to the industry. Let me give my own submission, and it is the offset policy has helped a lot of industries to come up. It has also ensured that a lot of foreign OEMs evince their interest in procuring commodities, eligible commodities from the manufacturers in India. And therefore, if this policy is revisited, maybe it will add to the impetus for the defense manufacturing ecosystem in the country. Is this on the anvil of the government?
Now you see, I would like to clarify to you that under offsets, even if $1 of offset obligation is discharged, it is only through an Indian company. So it's not that, the benefits of offsets are not intended to be, given to the Indian company. क्योंकि अगर offset एक भी डॉलर का कोई भी फॉरेन ओईएम यहाँ 3 के तौर बैठे हुए हैं, तीनों बहुत बड़े फॉरेन ओईएम्स हैं, और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कई हजार करोड़ के ऑर्डर्स पिछले 10 साल में इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर उन्होंने प्लेस किया हुआ है. देखिए, there are contractor offset obligations. The foreign OEMs are bound to discharge those obligations. There is no option not to discharge. And how will they discharge? It is only through the Indian offset partners. And who are the Indian offset partners? The Indian defense industry. That is the first part of your question. Reply to your first part. Now, as far as the second part is concerned, you try to understand the philosophy behind offsets. Actually, when the offsets was introduced in 2005, then the Indian defense industry had not matured that much. And the acquisitions were being done imports, flyaway condition under imports from the foreign countries, from the foreign OEMs. So now that the Indian defense industry has matured, so the categories of capital acquisitions in the defense acquisition procedure have been classified accordingly. And offsets is applicable only to the buy global category, which is last in the order of precedence. It is only when the other categories, which are all make in India categories, like buy Indian IDTM, buy Indian, buy and make Indian, make. If these categories are excluded, then only you go for buy global. And the thrust of the government is very clear. Clarion call of the Honorable Prime Minister is very clear. It's Atmanirbhar Bharat. So you have to see the paradigm shift. Because if you are giving acceptance of necessity, which is the first stage of capital procurement, under the above four categories, then those benefits are also going to the Indian defense industry. The problem lies, because offsets are all contracted obligations. So they are low-hanging fruits. So everybody thinks that offsets is, as Mr. Gupta very rightly said, that, they don't want to confine their business relationship with the Indian defense companies on offsets only. Offsets are contract specific, they have a fixed duration. But acquisitions, they will go on. That's why, even under if the orders are going under those categories, suppose say this Tatas. Now Tatas will be making aircraft, the C-29 aircraft. For that C-29 aircraft, the aircraft experts are here, these industries are, they're all leading in aerospace, this Lockheed Martin and Dassault Aviation. Now Tata would be sourcing assemblies, sub-assemblies, components from hundreds of suppliers. And out of those hundreds, at least 50 to 60% must be MSMEs. Am I right? Am I right, Mr. Parker? Generally, you can amount, even if there won't be offsets, the orders that will flow to the Indian defense companies, if it is a major company, then they will be sourcing, assemblies, sub-assemblies, components for the platforms from the MSMEs only. The role of MSMEs never gets diminished or diluted. जब बड़े फूले फलेंगे तो छोटे भी फले फूलेंगे. All will flourish together. सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास. So I hope I have, responded appropriately to your queries. Next question, please. Any more questions? कोई सवाल किसी को पूछना है? देखिए बहुत गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है. फॉरेन ओईएम्स के रेप्स हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के डोमेन एक्सपर्ट हैं, डीपीएसयूज के दो डायरेक्टर्स हैं. तो ये आपके सामने बहुत गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है. अगर आप कुछ क्लैरिफाई करना चाहते हैं तो क्लैरिफाई कीजिए. ऐसा नहीं है कि लास्ट सेशन है, हम लोग हर महीने करते रहते हैं. और अभी जैसा हमने बताया, नेक्स्ट MSME कॉन्क्लेव हावड़ा में 20 तारीख को है, 3 फरवरी को पुणे में MIL में है, और बाकी हम रीजनल इंटरेक्टिव सेशन एवरी मंथ करते रहते हैं रीजन वाइज. But today, it is not that the same set of people may be there in all the sessions, and they're all very learned, educated, experienced people, a lot of wisdom, experience. If you have any queries, you are most welcome. Otherwise, we'll conclude this session and switch over to the next session. Okay, since there are no queries from anyone, so we are concluding this session. So my sincere thanks to all the panelists here for indulging in so much of fruitful discussions, outcome-oriented discussions. And I'm sure the audience must have got enlightened immensely, benefited by the discussions from your talks. Thank you very much, all of you. So now I'll request PhD Chambers kindly start the third session. The third session is the industry session, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the panelists. And I'll request you to stay back for a minute. We have a startup here. He's from Kanpur also only, Datum Composites, and he wants to facilitate all these speakers on the dais with a little memento he has developed with his own composite. Then I may request you, please come on the dais. This is a good opportunity. We have to give place to the startup and opportunity to them, obviously. And the next session is a startup session, a half an hour power pack session. Praveen Kumar ji. Shri A.K. Maurya ji. Shri Atul Gupta ji. Colonel Sanjay Singh ji. Group Captain Vivek Porse. Shri Partha Rappi Rao Chaudhary ji. ठीक श्री पार्था चौधरी श्री पार्था श्री अनूप सहदेव Thank you so much. I would thank once again all the dignitaries on the dais for just a brainstorming session, very interactive session. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, Shri Rajesh Chaudhary ji, Tanmay is requesting if you can kindly come for just a second because you have been sitting there. He wants to facilitate you or felicitate you also, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on the dais. Sir, he's at Kanpur based MSME and they're doing a great work, sir. Now I would request the speakers for the next session, which is a power pack session on startups, role of startups in defense ecosystem. We have with us Mr. Vinayak Nath. He is the co-founder and director of India Sites Insights Private Limited and also the MD of UP Angel Network and also a co-chair of the startup committee of UP chapter PhD Chamber. Shri Vinayak Nath ji, please come on the dais. So Shri Vinayak Nath ji he is very closely associated with the PhD Chamber as a co-chair of the startup committee of the PhD Chamber National Council. And he has been promoting number of startups and trying to get them the resources they require to flourish and thrive. And we have with us Shri Rajiv Sharma, the General Manager AWEIL. Rajiv Sharma ji, I would request him to kindly come on the dais. I would also request Shri Tanmay Tiwari, the Deputy Managing Director of Datum Composites, and Ms. Jankar Katiyar, Manager SIDBI. Please, Jankar ji, please come on the dais. I would request all the delegates and dignitaries to please be seated for this session. It is a small session, but a very power-packed session. Hello.
Okay, to start with the session, I would first request Jankar Katiaji, probably you have some presentation to talk about. So if you could just enlighten us with what SIDBI's role would be in the defense startup ecosystem and how you are helping the organizations there. And then we'll take the thought process further.
Good evening, everyone. I am here representing SIDBI. I hope कि SIDBI के बारे में यहाँ पे कई लोग जानते होंगे already. But just to give a brief about it, I'll start with the introductory part. Okay, SIDBI is Small Industries Development Bank of India. We were established in the year 1990 under the Act of Parliament. Our main focus, like as the name says, हम small industries के development के लिए काम करते हैं. We are a government organization. Basically हम तीन तरीके से MSMEs को के लिए काम करते हैं. तीन pillars हैं हमारे. पहला जो pillar है, it is about funding. It's about financing. Second pillar is second pillar is indirect financing. So we have a direct financing portion, we have an indirect financing portion, and then thirdly we have promotion and development activities. We here, like I am here from Kanpur branch. So like at branch level, we work with like ground पे काम करते हैं with like core MSMEs. कैसे करते हैं? सबसे पहले आई थिंक स्लाइड पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम है. सो वेल सिडबी के बारे में जैसे मैं आपको बता रही थी कि प्रमोशन डेवलपमेंट लेंडिंग ये कुछ एक्टिविटीज हैं जो हम करते हैं. हमारे कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स हैं लाइक जो डायरेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग में हम कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स यूज करते हैं जिससे कि थ्रू हम एमएसएमईज को फंड करते हैं. कुछ न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हमने अभी रिसेंट में वी हैव लॉन्च्ड फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ एमएसएमई. As you know कि at present like time is very crucial. तो and many a times we feel कि आपको maybe funding जो है correct time पे correct amount की मिलनी चाहिए. Only then it is helpful. So SIDBI has come up with various schemes. उसमें से कुछ schemes के बारे में आज हम यहाँ बात करेंगे. Because SIDBI is not a bank, it's a financial institution. We get funding from various multinational agencies. We get funding from RBI. We get funding from directly government of India. और उस funds को फिर हम further MSMEs को आगे provide करते हैं. तो कुछ products हैं. जैसे पहला हमारे पास product है Arise. Arise is basically अगर हम Arise की बात करें तो Arise basically जो है उन MSMEs के लिए है जो कि पिछले एटलीस्ट 3 साल से एग्जिस्टेंस में है. They are working. एंड ये पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट की जो मेन यूएसपी है बेसिकली दो यूएसपीज हैं. एक है कि इसका आरओआई इज वेरी अट्रैक्टिव. आरओआई बेसिकली जनरली बैंक्स का एमसीएलआर बेस्ड होता है. इन अराइज जो हमारी स्कीम है इसमें वी गिव रेपो रेट बेस्ड फंडिंग. क्या होता है कि बैंक्स जो है अपने बेस रेट के ऊपर कुछ मार्जिन अपना एड ऑन करते हैं. हमारा जो क्रेडिट मार्जिन, जो क्रेडिट स्प्रेड है, दैट इज वेरी मिनिमल. वी हैव केप्ट इट वेरी मिनिमल सो दैट इजी फंडिंग एंड फंडिंग एट लोअर रेट्स कुड बी प्रोवाइडेड टू एमएसएमईज. इसमें हम 100% फाइनेंसिंग करते हैं. तो 100% फाइनेंसिंग का मतलब अगर 100 रुपए का कोई आपका मशीन है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, सो वील फंड विल गिव टर्म लोन ऑफ ₹100. इसके लिए बिकॉज कभी कभी एमएसएमईज को कोलेट्रल देने में बहुत दिक्कत होती है. दिस हैज बीन जनरली सीन कि कोलेट्रल देने में एमएसएमईज को थोड़ा सा इश्यूज होते हैं. तो इस पर्टिकुलर स्कीम में हम क्या करते हैं कि वी जो आप प्रमोटर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन जिसको हम कहते हैं कि 100 रुपीज में से अगर आपको 20 रुपीज बैंक बोलता है कि आपको अपना मार्जिन लाना है, तो वो मार्जिन जो है हम आपको बोलते हैं कि आप सिडबी में एज एफडीआर डिपॉजिट कर दीजिए, जिसमें विल प्रोवाइड यू आरओ, विल प्रोवाइड यू इंटरेस्ट एंड विल गिव यू एंटायर जो भी आपका कॉस्ट है वो पूरा का पूरा हम फंड करेंगे. तो दिस इज अराइज स्कीम. Because Arise जो था, Arise is for existing business. We'll come to startups because startups कह सकते हैं, greenfield project कह सकते हैं. तो here there is a distinction between greenfield और startup. I hope everybody understands कि difference क्या है. Greenfield basically वो companies होती हैं जो कि they are like उन्होंने कोई नया बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है. से आपने कॉरुगेटेड बॉक्सेस बनाने की फैक्ट्री डाली है. सो इट्स नॉट कि आप यू आर नॉट द ओनली पीपल हु हैव स्टार्टेड इट ऑफ. यू हैव एडेड अ बिजनेस, लाइक यू हैव एडेड अ यूनिट. लाइक कॉरुगेटेड के कई सारे यूनिट्स होंगे, उसमें से आपने एक जो है यूनिट और आपने डाला है. तो इट्स नॉट कोई न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी आपने ऐड नहीं की है. तो ऐसे जो प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं उसे ग्रीनफील्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स कहते हैं. इन तरीके के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उसको फंड करने के लिए हमारे पास दूसरी स्कीम है, इसका नाम है स्थापन. स्थापन जैसा कि नाम ही बोलता है कि ये बेसिकली आपको न्यू यूनिट्स को स्टैब्लिश करने के लिए ये पर्टिकुलर स्कीम बनाई है. बेसिकली अराइज और स्थापन के लिए आरबीआई से हमारे पास कुछ स्पेशल फंड्स आए थे, तो इसीलिए दोनों ही स्कीम्स में हमने रेपो रेट लिंक्ड ही फंडिंग रखी है. इसमें हम 20 करोड़ तक का फंडिंग देते हैं और 75% तक का प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट को हम फंड करते हैं. 7 साल तक का इसमें हम रीपेमेंट देते हैं. और इसमें मॉरेटोरियम का कंसेप्ट है जिसमें कि 2 साल तक का आपको मॉरेटोरियम मिलेगा. मॉरेटोरियम, आई होप एवरीबडी इज अवेयर कि मॉरेटोरियम का मतलब होता है वो टाइम, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि जब आप लोन लेते हो, आप एक न्यू यूनिट स्टैब्लिश करते हो, इट टेक्स टाइम टू लाइक स्टार्ट जनरेटिंग द रेवेन्यूज. उस पीरियड के लिए what you have to do is that you only have to pay interest to the bank. Principal will start once your business is already established. So this is for greenfield. Third scheme, because क्या है कि अभी एट प्रेजेंट हमारा एम्फेसिस बहुत है इन ग्रीन फाइनेंसिंग. ग्रीन फाइनेंसिंग बिकॉज हमारा इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट्स है एज अ कंट्री टू रिड्यूस कार्बन फुटप्रिंट्स, टू रिड्यूस ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशंस. तो उसके लिए वी वर्क एट द वेरी बेस लेवल. इट विल स्टार्ट विथ अस, इट विल स्टार्ट विथ यू, इट विल स्टार्ट विथ मी. सो बेसिकली हम एज अ बैंक, एज अ फाइनेंशियल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किस तरीके से इस पर्टिकुलर गोल को अचीव करने में मदद करेंगे. तो उसके लिए वी हैव अ स्कीम which is called 4E, financing end-to-end energy efficiency investment in MSMEs. ये basically this is like this particular scheme has one of the best rate of interest across the schemes in SIDBI at present. इसमें भी हम 100% फाइनेंसिंग कर रहे हैं. 10 लाख से 5 करोड़ तक की फाइनेंसिंग होती है. 5 years का आपको इसमें रीपेमेंट मिलता है. द एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया इज कि आपका कम से कम 1 साल का बिजनेस रनिंग होना चाहिए. इसमें क्या है कि वी हैव अ क्विकर सैंक्शन. सो लाइक जनरली आवर टैट इज लाइक इफ once our entire file with all documents are there, so generally it takes 2 weeks around to get the case sanctioned. Now we have a scheme called Srijan. I hope कि जो startups हैं maybe they might be knowing कि Srijan scheme के बारे में. Srijan basically क्या है, काइफैक करके एक फंड है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का which is managed by SIDBI. इस पर्टिकुलर स्कीम में we fund only the startups, technical startups, the existing ones as well as the new ones. इस पर्टिकुलर स्कीम में हम 80% तक फाइनेंस करते हैं और 2 करोड़ तक की मैक्सिमम फंडिंग करते हैं, विच मीन्स कि 20% का प्रमोटर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन प्रमोटर्स की तरफ से डायरेक्ट आता है. इसका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जो है वो 5% से ज्यादा नहीं होता है. सो लाइक इसका ROI इज लाइक इट इज द मिनिमम ROI यू विल गेट इन लाइक अक्रॉस द मार्केट, अक्रॉस द बैंक्स. इसमें जो प्रोसेसिंग फीस है वो भी हमने मिनिमम रखी है, 0.5 की है. ये पर्टिकुलर स्कीम जो है दिस इज मैनेज्ड बाय आवर दिल्ली ऑफिस team. So just in case if anybody is interested in like TIFAC में apply करने के लिए, if you are a startup, you want a funding, so आप इसके लिए you can contact our Delhi team. इसके अलावा ऑफ कोर्स वी ऑल नो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे MSMEs हैं, some कुछ लोग ऑलरेडी सिडबी से जुड़े हुए हैं, दे माइट बी नोइंग कि वी एक्चुअली आर टर्म लेंडर्स, हम टर्म लेंडिंग करते हैं, आपके कैपेक्स एक्सपेंशन को करते हैं, लेकिन वी नो कि वर्किंग कैपिटल इज द ब्लड इन द बिजनेस, तो वर्किंग कैपिटल नहीं होगा तो अल्टीमेटली इट विल बी वेरी टफ फॉर यू टू in long run. So working capital के लिए because सिडबी बैंक नहीं है, but we have tied up with 3 banks at present, IDBI, City Union Bank and Yes Bank, who provide us a platform wherein our customers can like maintain their working capital account. तो हम working capital भी करते हैं, but it has, we cannot do solely working capital, तो वो term lending के साथ mix करके हम एक working capital term loan का वो एक आपको पैकेज दे सकते हैं. तो इसमें जो है MCLR based funding है, because it's more like market rates पे ही होती है वो funding. Now lastly क्या है कि at present everybody is focusing on digitization, bank processes, हमारे processes, if it won't get digitized, the time taken like टाइम जो लगता है आपके फंडिंग में वो बेसिकली ज्यादा लगने की मतलब चांसेस हैं. तो डिजिटाइजेशन पे हमने अभी रिसेंट में लास्ट 1-2 इयर्स में बहुत फोकस किया है. हमारी पूरी लोन एप्लीकेशंस ऑनलाइन है, जिसको मतलब इफ एनीबडी इज इंटरेस्टेड टू like apply for the loan, what you can do is you can visit our website, you will get a customer portal there, you fill in the application, it is an online application. So once you have filled in the application, आपका application directly हमारे पास मूव करता है. हमारे इंटरनल प्रोसेसेस दे आर ऑल ऑनलाइन प्रोसेसेस, एंड अभी रिसेंट में वी हैव इवन मेड आवर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन प्रोसेसेस टोटली डिजिटाइज, सो वी नीड नॉट टू कम टू आवर ऑफिस टू साइन. कुछ लोग जो हमारे कस्टमर्स दे माइट हैव अर्लियर केम टू आवर ऑफिस टू साइन द डॉक्यूमेंट्स, नाउ इट्स नो मोर लाइक दैट, सो यू कैन सिट एट योर ओन ऑफिस एंड साइन द लोन डॉक्यूमेंट्स फ्रॉम देयर. मैंने आपको एक स्कीम जो भी बताई फॉर ई फाइनेंसिंग, इसके ही एक सब सेक्टर हमने लॉन्च किया है विच इज कॉल्ड EGPS, इट इज एक्सप्रेस लोन फैसिलिटीज. इसमें क्या है कि यू कैन गो ऑनलाइन, यू गो टू आवर पोर्टल एंड यू अप्लाई फॉर द लोन. उसमें एक फिट स्कोर जनरेट होता है. Fit score के basis पे you'll get kind of a in principle sanction, and then with the minimal document you can visit our branch and you can we can go ahead with the processing. So it is very easy and very quick process है. तो in case if anybody would like to apply for like funding, तो आप EGPS के थ्रू भी कर सकते हैं. सोलर पैनल्स के लिए we have a scheme STAR, we can even cover it under 4E जो मैंने आपको बताया, because solar panel again we are focusing a lot on solar panel और renewable energies के ऊपर. So इस तरीके की हमारे schemes हैं. We have been been in this business for last 32 years now, and we have been focusing, trying our best to give wings to all the MSME dreams. And I would just request, if just in case anybody wants any kind of clarification, you have any kind of query, you can anytime contact us directly. Our office is in Kanpur itself. It is in Civil Lines and Can Chambers. So anybody can visit us during our office time, and we'll be very happy to help you out. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could you just join us back? So what we'll do is आगे वाले सेशन में दो एस्पेक्ट देखेंगे हम. एक ये कि जो स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है exactly in defense, how does it work, what are its challenges, and how the defense PSUs and the ecosystem in the government like CDB organizations are actually helping on ground startup challenges. And we have one startup with us from Tanmay, who is a local startup but working with the defense ministry across India. So how and what challenges, Tanmay, do you see? We'll go to them. Coming before that, we'll have Rajiv ji also with us. He is the general manager at AAW and EIL. What a defense PSU sees as a challenge from the startup perspective, because that's the two-way dialogue of the other side. And coming to it, how an organization like SIDBI can help overcome those gaps in whichever form that we can. We'll do that. And keeping these questions interactive, if you have any doubts and query, just park them for the end. We'll take up 2 or 3 questions and try to keep the session as pointed and directed. और इसको हिंदी और इंग्लिश में मिक्स करते हैं. हिंदी दिवस अभी अभी निकला है, हिंदी का जितना उपयोग करें उतना अच्छा होगा। सो क्योंकि स्टार्टअप सेशन है, सबसे पहले तन्मय आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपको क्या दिखा ऐसा डिफेंस के स्पेस में जिसकी वजह से आपने इस फील्ड में इंटर करने की सोची? बिकॉज from outside perspective and understanding of this particular space of defense technology, it's a big boys game because of the money involved, the technology involved, the knowledge involved, and the kind of space that you will require, even the physical form. So how did you think of this space, and how has your journey been? If you just can tell us in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vinayakji, for giving me this chance to talk about myself and my company. Thank you to the PhD Chamber for inviting me here. Thank you, AWEIL, for hosting this event. So, before talking about how I started this company and what we are doing right now, I would like to talk about my journey of what I've done till now. So, I'm an trained aerospace engineer from Swansea University, UK. I did my undergrad and my master's there. I left Kanpur at the age of 17 and a half to pursue my career in higher education. And I went to Swansea. I was a research scholar at the Zinkiewicz Center for Computational Engineering, which is the place where computational engineering, finite element analysis was born. So when I was studying, my interest in composites started to develop. I was part of the Formula student team at my university. I have been making composite panels for about 7 years now. So since my first year of education, I've been involved in manufacturing composite parts. Uh, so when I completed my undergrad, then I decided to specialize in composites and analysis and engineering of composites. So that's when I decided to do my master's in aerospace engineering, specializing in composite materials and the engineering and analysis that goes behind in developing the structures in the aerospace domain. So I had this thought of starting something of my own, a business when I graduate, when I complete my higher education. So at that time, when I was doing my MSc, I was contemplating whether to start this business here in India or in UK because I had both the avenues open to me. And then I visited India in February of 2020 in Lucknow for the Defense Expo, and that changed the entire perspective, and I decided to move back to India and start the business here because of the booming aerospace and defense environment here. So that has been about it. In May, after February 2020, in May 2020, when I was still in university, I incorporated this company, Datum Advanced Composites Private Limited, here in Kanpur, and in February 2021, we became operational. That's when I returned back to India and I started working full time as an entrepreneur, as a one of the youngest entrepreneurs in the aerospace and defense domain. In February 2021, we signed the MOU with Uttar Pradesh Expressways Industrial Development Authority and became the youngest investor in the Uttar Pradesh Defense Industrial Corridor. And the team at the UPDIC have been very supportive in our journey. In approximately 2 years of being operational, we've tried to capture the market for the defense related unmanned aerial vehicles. So we are providing the composite aerostructures which are then assembled and integrated with the electronics by the major defense UAV OEMs across India. So that is what we've been doing till now. And we started our pilot scale manufacturing facility here in Kanpur. We are looking to have our full scale manufacturing facility, which is planned in about 1.5 hectare of land in one of the two nodes of the defense corridor, either Kanpur or Lucknow. So we are still in the talks with the UPDIC team of setting up our full capability plant in which we'll have processes, high-end processes such as autoclave prepreg molding, filament winding, RTM, integrated in our factory to produce aerospace grade parts. So that is what we've been doing till now and what we have to do further down the line. In terms of our certification, we are ISO 9001 certified company. We are soon looking forward to gain AS 9100D or whatever revision comes next certification. So we can be a fully equipped supplier ready to deliver these high performance composite products to Indian OEMs as well as the foreign OEMs.
Amazing. In one word, what do you say is the biggest challenge that you have faced being a startup in this space?
Lack of access to readily available funding. So as you commented that defense and aerospace sector is one of the most capital intensive sectors in the world. And since we are a bootstrap company, we are not seeking external investments as of now from any venture capitalist firm or angel investors. We are completely bootstrap, and what we are trying to seek is funding opportunities from banks, loans through MSME, through Startup India Seed Fund. We've got access to some of them through Startup India policies and Start in UP policies. But to get the, we are also sort of in our process to develop our entire case study and to submit it to the banks. But at the same time, there have been so many, because we want to start small and then scale it up. That is what we want to do. And as soon as someone hears the name of the industry as aerospace and defense, they don't want to talk any of any loan below 15-20 crores. So that is something that we are struggling. Like if I need 50 lakhs to start up business and then scale it up down the line, just because of the aerospace and defense industry tag, people will think this 50 lakh rupees won't be able to.
So I'll say in short, you should actually go for an angel investor from the same technology space who has some 30 years around the belt. So probably it will be more of knowledge rather than just the money. Help you have a good mentor on board. And this can be somebody as a senior professional from the defense industry or somebody from the aerospace technology, maybe here or anywhere in the world. Coming to that, there is a question which I had, Rajivji, in mind. If you could just share that thought, that as you heard what Tanmay just mentioned, that are the challenges he faced, that is from somebody who's starting up. What are the challenges that you face from startups and working with startups as a defense PSU? At the same time, what are the opportunities that you see that you as a parent organization, as a father organization can handhold them in taking this further as a space wherein our Honorable Prime Minister is now looking forward to having defense technology made in India for India, and that's the way that he wants to promote the whole future of the defense space in the country by 2030.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everyone. First of all, there is no denying the fact that we are in an age of startups. The startups are here to stay, and the increasing clout that we have witnessed for the startups in the past 3 to 4 years. The number of companies that are becoming unicorns is really astonishing. So the startups are here to stay. And by very nature, we at AWEIL hold these startups in very high regard. Why? Because of the very nature why the startups are there. Startups are basically young companies which are founded to develop a new product, a product which is unique, which can market itself, which is irreplaceable, and particularly if the startup is in a field where the demand is unmet. So there is no limit to what the startup can achieve. And why I say this, because the defense area is one which is now opening up, and the demands which are there, which are to be met, especially once the imports are not there. We are looking at indigenous solutions. So the field for the startups is so great, especially in the field of defense and aerospace. The Prime Minister's initiative of Atmanirbharta in Bharat has opened up a lot of avenues. And this is a very upcoming and interesting field which is coming up for the startups. There is no doubt. AWEIL being in a government setup, so there are a few ways which are there through which we engage with the startups. Let me tell you, we are working with these startups on some of our very critical missions. We are already working there. We have got a very encouraging response.
one of the technologies which could not be developed by anyone else and which was being imported for the last 30 years. So now we are working on that, and very soon we'll have an indigenous solution. So that is the power of a startup that we have realized. Coming to engagement of startups, there are basically 2 or 3 ways through which we are engaging with them. One is, of course, the high-techs. So the challenges, either we are giving a challenge, or the challenges which the challenges which the companies themselves are coming through. So those challenges are coming to us. We are selecting them, and let me tell you, we are very serious when we go through that list of challenges. And recently, that Open Challenge 6 came, and we shortlisted 2 of the products which we found were very innovative, ahead of the time, and very relevant to the field of defense. And we had presentations from those startups. We interacted with them, and now we are working with them. So that is one way that we are engaging with the startups. The second is our own research and development projects, which we are regularly, which we think that this is the technology of the future. So once we identify the technology, then we are engaging with the companies who can be a development partner, and I think the response from the startups is very encouraging. And I would like to request all the startups, so participate in those inquiries which we are floating, and we would like to engage them. And then thirdly is the route of course we have discussed these 2 routes, so maybe these are the things which are there right now, and in the future more such routes will come in.
Very true. The startups is a space of amazing animal which is actually helping the ecosystem, जो बहुत तेजी से समय को बचाने का काम कर पा रहा है, और वो जो hierarchical infrastructure cost है उससे बचा ले जाता है हमको. As a larger organization, as a parent organization, हमारे लिए एक structural challenge होता है, उस पूरे structure को bypass नहीं कर सकते. Whereas a startup, because of being a flat organization, is able to do that quickly and on a time. झंकार, आपसे मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि एग्जैक्टली जो अभी तन्मय ने कहा चैलेंज है, जैसे इनको 50 लाख या 1 करोड़ रुपए ही चाहिए, ज्यादा नहीं चाहिए, और एंजल इन्वेस्टर ये अभी इस वक्त नहीं लाना चाहते क्योंकि ये अपनी नॉलेज शेयर नहीं करना चाह रहे होंगे, प्रॉब्ली ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी ही वांट्स टू वर्क ऑन, तो कैसे सिडबी इस चीज में फर्क ला सकती है, और किस तरह से नॉलेज के पार्ट में भी सिडबी काम करेगी, क्योंकि सिडबी का एक पर्टिकुलर विंग है जो कि स्टार्टअप्स को नॉलेज में भी काफी सपोर्ट हेल्प करता है. कुड यू जस्ट थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दैट?
बेसिकली जैसे मैंने आपको पहले बताया कि आई टोल्ड द स्कीम्स कॉल्ड सृजन. सृजन में वी हैव ऑलरेडी फंडेड लॉट ऑफ कंपनीज इन कानपुर. एक्चुअली हमारा एक इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर है आईआईटी कानपुर में, तो वी वर्क विद देम. तो you can anytime, like you can come to up to our office, and सृजन स्कीम में you can avail that loan. as I said कि 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा फंडिंग हम उसमें करते नहीं है. so like you want to start up, like बिल्कुल minimum bare minimum जो आपको फंडिंग रिक्वायरमेंट है, you can actually visit our office. though the सृजन is looked after by a Delhi team, so ऐसे कोई भी startup who wants this kind of funding, आप हमसे contact करिए if you are based in Kanpur, or else you can directly contact our New Delhi office. they'll help you out, because we basically, like हम तो small industries को ही support करते हैं. we don't look for 50 करोड़ 60 करोड़, we are not into it. तो आपका जो bare minimum है उसके लिए you can anytime approach SIDBI. I think आपने SIDBI को शायद approach किया नहीं होगा. was it your option ever? It was.
So here's a question, Tanmay, and we'll wrap up the session with that thought process. That जब आप ये कर रहे हैं search, not for funding but for knowledge, what is the aspects that you see जो startups इस वक्त काम कर रहे हैं स्पेस के अंदर, का अपना एस्पेक्ट लर्निंग क्या रहा है इस जर्नी की, कि जब नॉलेज के लिए आपको देखना होता है, क्योंकि डिफेंस के स्पेस में सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज फंडिंग है, आई एग्री, बट उतना ही बड़ा चैलेंज है नॉलेज. अच्छा वर्कर होना, अच्छा सिस्टम होना, और अच्छा डेवलपर होना फॉर दिस टेक्नोलॉजी. जो मेरे जो आईडीएस फ्रेंड्स हैं, या जो मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं जो इस इंडस्ट्री से, साइबर टेक्नोलॉजी से इसमें आते हैं, उनको जो स्टार्टअप्स मैंने भी इन्वेस्ट की हैं डिफेंस टेक के अंदर, हमें सबसे पहला चैलेंज जो दिखता है कि नॉलेज स्पेयर फाउंडर के पास होता है, लेकिन जो इंटरनेशनल एक्सपोजर मिल रहा है उसको, वो उतना नहीं हो पाता जितना कि एक्चुअली होना चाहिए था, जिसकी वजह से वो हमारे रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से चीजें बना सकते. कैसे आपने इसको ओवरकम किया और आप क्या कर रहे हैं इसके लिए, और उसके बाद मैं राजीव आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि एग्जैक्टली आप उसमें कैसे सपोर्ट करते हैं सिस्टम को, और क्या है जो पार्ट आप प्ले कर रहे हैं, प्लीज.
थैंक यू विनायक जी. तो इसमें मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि इन टर्म्स ऑफ नॉलेज, I'll talk about my company and what we are doing. हमारा एक इंडस्ट्रियल एडवाइजर बोर्ड है, टेक्निकल एडवाइजर बोर्ड है, जिसपे हमारे यूके के जाने माने प्रोफेसर्स, आपने अगर ब्लड हाउंड प्रोजेक्ट का नाम सुना होगा, इट इज अ लैंड स्पीड रिकॉर्ड प्रोजेक्ट, उसके चीफ एरोडायनेमिसिस्ट, उसके स्ट्रक्चरल इंजीनियर्स एंड देन एरोस्पेस डायनेमिक्स में, कंपोजिट डायनेमिक्स में यूके के जाने माने प्रोफेसर्स और इंडस्ट्रियल लोग क्वालिटी साइड से या डिजाइन साइड से, ये सब लोग हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल एडवाइजर बोर्ड पे हैं. इन टर्म्स ऑफ नॉलेज व्हाट वी आर कीन ऑन फाइंडिंग इज द वे हम लोग कैसे गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स एंड गवर्नमेंट टेंडर्स ले सके. तो डिफेंस कॉरिडोर टीम डेफिनेटली इसमें बहुत हेल्पफुल है हम लोगों को गाइड करने के लिए कि कैसे.
नॉट फ्रॉम द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पॉइंट, फ्रॉम योर ओन फील्ड ऑफ नॉलेज, आप अपने स्टार्टअप को कैसे नॉलेज की तरह से आगे बढ़ा रहे हो, उसके बारे में पूछा था.
सो सी, हम लोग जो कॉम्पोजिट्स में काम करते हैं उसके लिए हमारे पास जो नॉलेज होनी चाहिए वो इस समय है. उसमें काम करने के लिए एरोस्पेस ग्रेड पार्ट्स बनाने के लिए क्या क्वालिटी मेजर्स हम लोगों को लेने हैं. ऑब्वियसली सर्टिफिकेशन इज अ थिंग दैट रिक्वायर्स अ सर्टेन टाइप ऑफ फैसिलिटी, सर्टेन टाइप ऑफ मैन पावर एंड सर्टेन.
जो ये मौजूद स्टार्टअप्स हैं अभी, अगर वो अपने स्पेस में रिसर्च करके आना चाहते हैं स्पेस में, तो उनको कहाँ पढ़ना चाहिए या क्या देखना चाहिए या किस तरह की चीजों से कनेक्ट होना चाहिए?
अगर आप एक प्रोडक्ट बेस्ड कंपनी है या आप एक सर्विस बेस्ड कंपनी है जिनकी नॉलेज टेक्निकल फील्ड में, अपनी टेक्निकल फील्ड में आपको लगता है थोड़ी सी लैकिंग एंड यू नीड हैंड होल्डिंग, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल माय फर्स्ट सजेशन वुड बी टू गो फॉर ब्रिलियंट incubator. You should get incubated ASAP. In Kanpur, there is IIT Kanpur, SIIC in IIT Kanpur. I think that should be the first door you should be knocking on. And क्योंकि अगर टेक्निकल साइड से कम है एंड योर इंक्यूबेटर शुड बी स्ट्रॉन्ग इनफ ऑन द टेक्निकल साइड, यू दे शुड बी एबल टू हैव द कनेक्ट कि वो आपको उन सब चीजों में हेल्प कर सके. एंड बाकी सब चीजों के लिए आई थिंक इफ यू आर वर्किंग इन द डिफेंस फील्ड इन उत्तर प्रदेश for that matter and you haven't contacted the defense industrial corridor team and tried to get your way into the defense corridor environment, then I think that's a major lacking at your end and you should focus on that.
राजीव जी, आप क्या देखते हैं इसमें? What's your take on this?
मेरा टेक यही है कि AWEIL as a major reputed manufacturer in the field of defense equipment. So we have the resources, we have the professional knowledge and the backing. Startups का advantage क्या है कि startups have a new technology, so they always come up with a जो कि हम चाह रहे हैं technology of the future, but they will not have the resources to build it further.
Correct.
So when we come across such a technology, they can either approach us or we approach them through the challenges or through our inquiries for R&D. उसमें once we select them, so we are always able to handhold them. So we can take them forward. जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, because हमारे पास अपने प्रोफेशनल स्किल है, हमारे अपने जो एम्प्लॉयज हैं, ऑफिसर्स आर देयर at every level. They are professionally qualified and experience है उनके पास. So we can take that idea forward. We can handhold them and उसके साथ में हम engage करते हैं जो incubators जैसे उन्होंने बताया, various institutes are there. So put together, if a startup is a part of that setup, right, maybe they can progress very fast and the product that will come out will be of world class.
Right. हम लोग 2 से 3 सवाल लेना चाहेंगे, अगर यहाँ किसी के पास कोई स्टार्टअप से रिलेटेड सवाल हो या इस सिस्टम में घुसने के लिए, एंट्री करने के लिए, डिफेंस की टेक्नोलॉजी की स्पेस में आने के लिए आपके पास अगर कोई थॉट प्रोसेस ब्लॉक है या आप समझना चाहते हैं कैसे एंट्री हो सकती है, तो पूछ सकते हैं अभी. और राजीव जी, इन मीनवाइल एक चीज ही बता दीजिएगा, स्टार्टअप्स आपको अप्रोच किस तरह से कर सकते हैं?
एक तो मैंने जैसे तरीका बताया कि चैलेंजेस हम वेरी रेगुलरली, ये जो आईडेक्स आया, दिस इज अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव ऑन द
आईडेक्स कर सकते हैं क्या? कोई ईमेल आईडी या कोई ऐसा प्रोसेस फॉर्म है?
यस. तो हमारा तो मतलब वी आर ऑलवेज कमिंग आउट, जैसे हमारा नए R&D प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं, सो वी आर ऑलवेज ऑन द लुकआउट कि हमें जो नया टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए, वी गिव ओपन टेंडर इंक्वायरीज ऑल्सो. हमारी अपने ये इंक्वायरीज होती हैं, आइदर एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट होता है या ओपन टेंडर इंक्वायरीज होती हैं जहाँ पे वी आर लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू प्रोडक्ट. सो दैट इज वन वे वेयर द स्टार्टअप्स और द कंपनीज कैन रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट. और स्टार्टअप्स का एडवांटेज ये रहेगा कि बिकॉज दे आर वेरी लो ऑन द ऑपरेशनल सेटअप, या वो तो उनका कॉस्ट एडवांटेज रहता है.
राइट.
So that way they can always respond to us, or either if they have a new technology, they are always open. हमारा पब्लिक में email address है, our contact details are there.
Right.
So they can always approach us relevant to our product. अगर कोई चीज है उनके पास which they feel कि इसको आगे लिया जा सकता है, we are always open to that. इस तरह forums में हम लोग जैसे Def Expo हो गया,
Right.
और webinars में we are regularly participating. So that is another way of interacting with us. So there are avenues, and as I said, defense field is now just opening up.
Right.
So the opportunities are galore.
Right. Any questions? Okay, so we like to close this session with 2 points as a takeaway. One is कि आपको जो knowledge space चाहिए, एक तो आपके पढ़ाई से आ सकती है, दूसरे आप सही जगह incubate हो, सही mentors के साथ connect करें तो वो आपको help कर सकती है. और दूसरी funding के लिए सिडपी जैसी organization से लेकर यूपी एंजल नेटवर्क जो कि मेरी organization है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी और इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट ऑफ यूपी का एक कंसोर्शियम है जो इसको फॉर्म करता है. info@upandia.com आप इस पे अपनी pitch decks को भेज सकते हैं, and we look forward to funding startups from 50 lakh to 5 crore. So that's the ticket size that we do. And while doing so, we connect you directly with the investors. So there is no, because of the benefit of the government, there is no internal fee. Startups के लिए 100% free है, चाहे वो mentor हो, चाहे वो investor हो. ये आपका direct one-to-one dialogue है, हम connect कराने का काम करते हैं. With this, I would like to thank specifically Dr. Nasir for creating such a beautiful session for startup ecosystem as well as defense. और मुझे लगता है अगर इस तरह के सेशंस हम लोग रेगुलर समय पे करते रहेंगे तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग इंडस्ट्री में कनेक्ट हो पाएंगे इस चीज से. और इंडस्ट्री पावर हाउसेस लाइक पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स जिनका काम ही है इंडस्ट्री को प्रमोट करना और सपोर्ट करना, उसके साथ जुड़कर भी आप लोग इस बारे में जानकारी ले सकते हैं. और उसके लिए यूपी में लखनऊ में ऑफिस अवेलेबल है और इंडिया में भी अगस्त क्रांति मार्ग पे जो ऑफिस है आप डायरेक्टली ईमेल के थ्रू कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Vinayak ji, for moderating a wonderful power-packed session on startups, which was actually a grand finale for this whole conclave. I would like to thank once again the Department of Defense Production, especially Shri Praveen Kumar ji, for giving us the opportunity to organize this conclave. And then AWIL, CMD AWIL, Rajesh Chaudhary ji, for facilitating to organize this such a wonderful session. Also, our the partners, the MKU, which has supported us in this endeavor, and all the other participants and delegates who have come from long away across the UP to participate in this important session, and especially to UPDA also. Thank you so much, sir. We would like to take this further, and we'll be organizing such a this kind of brainstorming sessions in future also, and we'd like to invite all of you to join those sessions. Thank you so much. We would like to close this session. Thank you so much.